In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to create a full stack authentication setup with Hono, React, and Better-Auth. This right here is the final product. We have a sign in page, a sign up page, we have a placeholder home route, and we have a to-dos route. This route is protected by authentication, so you must be signed in to access it. And I can jump back over here to the sign in page. And all of our input fields have validation. So if I were to put an invalid email, I'm getting a warning there. But if I put in a valid email, and if I put an invalid password and try to sign in, it'll alert me of that as well. But if I actually sign in, then I can access the to-dos page here, and we can see a list of placeholder to-dos. And finally, this button up in the right hand corner will flip to a log out button after you are signed in. So if I click that, I'm now signed back out. So by the end of this video, you'll have a working project that you can use as an example to set up your own authentication with Better-Auth. And I want to also let you know that I have added chapters to the video. I add chapters to all my videos, so you can look at them down here and you can jump around and watch the chapters that are most valuable for you. And then I also add a link to the finished code in the description of all my videos, so feel free to copy and paste any of the code. It is free to use. And then I also want to call out that I have another video about Hono and Better-Auth and the difference between this one and that one. This previous one is very much focused on the backend and includes setting up a email client with Mailgun, whereas this video is focused on the full stack but spends more time on the front end. And lastly, if you find my content helpful, please click that subscribe button to help out the channel. The prerequisites for this course are that you should have a basic understanding of TypeScript, React, and REST APIs, and if you would like to code alongside me, you should have Bun and Docker both installed. This tutorial is broken into 6 main chapters. The first chapter will be scaffolding up the Hono and React boilerplate. The second chapter will be focusing on getting the database set up, which will be a Postgres database inside of a Docker container. The third chapter will be a full stack get to-dos. So what that means is we will be setting up a to-dos schema in our database, querying it, and fetching it on the front end and displaying those to-dos. So it's a good way to make sure that our front end and our back end are communicating to each other. And the fourth chapter will be setting up Better-Auth on the back end. The fifth chapter will be setting up Better-Auth on the front end, which involves creating our sign up page, our sign in page, and our logout functionality. And the last chapter will be focusing on protecting the to-dos page, both on the front end and the back end, to make sure users can only view their own to-dos and can only view to-dos when they're signed in. So the first thing I'm going to do is scaffold our Hono server from the command line. And I'm going to choose Bun and install the dependencies using the Bun package manager. And there we go. Now I'm going to open this up in VS Code. So here's the code that was created for us when we ran that command. And if we take a look at what we have, we've got an index.ts file, and here is our Hono server. So very basic boilerplate setup. And one thing I want to do is rename this source to server. And the reason I'm doing that is because we are going to add in a client directory pretty soon, and I want it to be clear that this is the server and that other directory will be the client. So now that we've changed that, if we come over to the package JSON, we can see what we have in here. We have a dev script to start the local server. So since I renamed source to server, I will rename that here as well. And now let's see if we can get this thing running. So if I open up my terminal, I can say fun run dev. And there we go. Our local server started up here. So let's test that server and see if we can hit this endpoint. So to do that, I have a VS Code extension called REST client. And what that will do is work with these index HTTP files. So if I come over here and search REST client, this is the extension that enables us to send requests from VS Code. So it's very handy. So back over here, what we can do is say HTTP, specify the port we want to call, and there's no further path here since we're just hitting the root slash. So then we have this send request button. If I click that, there we go. We get our hello Hono response and a 200 OK. So everything is looking good. Our basic Hono boilerplate is set up. So now that our Hono server is set up, we're going to set up our React client, our front end, and we're going to use this tool called Vite. And here in their documentation, we can see Vite is a build tool. So what does that mean exactly for us? Well, this will give us a command to scaffold up a React front end. And when we have that React front end, they provide us with a dev server that we can run so that we can see our code working locally. And it comes with a build tool so that we can build that React front end for production. So it's pretty handy. It's very nice. And we're going to put it to work right now. So if I scroll down here, they've got a bunch of different templates. And the one I'm going to go with is just a very simple bun create Vite. And then we'll be able to pick our options when we run this command. So if I go ahead and copy that, and then I jump back over here to VS Code, I shut down my local server, and here in the terminal, let's go ahead and run that bun create Vite. And now I can name the project, and I'm going to name this client. And I mentioned that before to make sure it's obvious what this is. And if we select the framework, I want React, and I want TanStack Router. Okay, so it's set up TanStack Router here, and it's giving us an option. We can select the file router, either file router or code router. So I pulled up the documentation here in TanStack's docs, so TanStack Router, and I just wanted to show you that according to TanStack, file-based router is recommended. The recommended way to use TanStack Router is it provides the best experience, performance, and ergonomics. So since TanStack Router recommends the file-based routing, that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. So I'll select that one, and would I like Tailwind? Yes, we're going to use Tailwind, and I will use ESLint. And then are there any add-ons we want? So here, if we look through these different options, they give us quite a bit. I want TanStack Query. We're going to use that. So just select that one, and then I can click Enter. Would you like any examples? No, thank you. Okay, so it looks like it is all done installing. So now we can see we have this client folder up here, and we've got all these new files added in. So that's looking good. Let's see if we can start this thing up. Let's go ahead and check the package JSON it provided us with and see what we have. So it gave us a dev script, And the first thing I notice here, Vite on port 3000. Our server is actually running on port 3000, so that will create a conflict. So let's go ahead and change that to 5000. That way our server and our client can run at the same time without any conflicts. And then let's also quickly take a look at the Vite config. And this is interesting. So the boilerplate was just created, but we're getting a couple issues. So this import should occur before the import of Vite. Okay, that's fine. That's just an ordering preference. So let's put that there up at the top. And this one has a strike through. So it's saying it is deprecated. So let's scroll down. Use TanStack Router instead. So let's see if we can change this. TanStack Router instead of TanStack Router Vite. Delete that one. And then TanStack Router Vite, let's remove that. Change it to just TanStack Router, lowercase, TanStack Router. All right, those issues are solved. And then it's saying test. Let's see what we have here. No overload matches this call. So it doesn't seem, test does not exist in this type. That's interesting. I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. And let's see where our Vite config is at now. All right, cool. So no more error messages. We've got 3 plugins, Vite React, Tailwind, and our TanStack Router. And this is an @ symbol to allow us to import different files with the @ symbol from source. Okay, so that's all looking pretty good. Now let's see if we can run our client locally. So if I open up this and we change directory into client, then we can say bun run dev. And we're seeing Vite on port 5000. So if I go ahead and click this, there we go. All right, so we have some basic boilerplate set up. We have a home page. We've got this TanStack query. So we've got some navigation example built in for us. That's pretty nice. And then we have React query built in, and we can see that it queried a list of to-dos and gave us back some data, Alice, Bob, and that data is displayed there. So it's looking like our client boilerplate is all set up and working. So now that we have our server and our client both set up, I want an easy way to be able to run them both at the same time. And so that's where concurrently comes in. So I'm here on the NPM website, and concurrently is a package that allows us to run multiple commands at the same time. So we can run our server and our client at the same time from our top level directory. So let's go ahead and add this in. And I'm going to kill that server there. And I'm in the client directory, so I'm going to move up a level. And then I'm going to paste this command, but I'm using bun, so bun add and -d. So this is going to be a development dependency, so that's why there's a -d there, because this wouldn't actually be used in production. All right, so we've got that installed now, and to use it, we can close out of that and go to our top level package.json. So what I want is to specify a command from the top level to run my client. So we can do that by saying client, and then this would actually change directory into our client folder, and then run bun run dev, and that will run the dev script inside of our client package.json and start up the client. So if we wanted to just run the client, we do that. And if we just want to run the server, we would do, oh, actually, we have that right here. I'm just going to rename this to server. So this will run our Hono server, our client, and then dev. Let's say I want to run both of them at the same time. This is where we can put in concurrently. And then we need to add in a backslash and specify bun run server. And then we also bun run client. There we go. So this will run this command and this command at the same time for us. So this is super handy. Let's give it a try and see if it works. We're now on the top level and we say bun run dev. And here we go. In these logs, we can see concurrently is doing its job, and we've started our server on port 3000, and Vite has started our client on port 5000. So if I click on this, jump back over here, and we can see that our front end is working just as before. So now that we have an easy way to run our server and client at the same time, I want to make sure that our client can actually fetch data from the server. So when I click over here, we can see that this is displaying some data, but where is that coming from exactly? Let's jump back over to our code and shrink that down and take a look in our client directory. Inside of here, we have the source and we have routes, and we can see this demo TanStack query. So this looks promising. And then inside of here, we can see where our data is coming from. So there's a promise.resolve, Alice, Bob, and Charlie. So this data isn't actually coming from a server. It's just hard-coded on the front end, really. So I want to put this data on the server and make sure that we can fetch it from there. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll copy that and then come over to our server index, and let's just make another GET request on here. And we can just call this like API/people. And then we can return the context in a JSON format and paste that array. And if I save, we should get some formatting. There we go. Okay, so now we've got these same names on the back end, and let's see if we can get them fetching on the front end. So here I'm going to delete this because this isn't really doing anything. And let's add in a basic fetch request. So here we can say const response from our server would be await fetch, because it is an asynchronous call, API/people. And await's giving us an error because this is not async. There we go, so that's gone. And now that we have a response, we can check if it's okay. If it's not okay, let's go ahead and throw an error. And if it is okay, let's return that JSON. Cool. And now, let's see, we're getting a TypeScript error saying to do is implicitly any, and we're just going to ignore that for the moment. We'll come back to that later. Let's check on our server. So our server is still up. Looks like it's hot reloading, so it should be giving us all the changes. And if I come over here and refresh, okay, we're not getting anything. So let's inspect this and figure out what is going on. If I come over here to the network tab, we can see there was a request to people. And if I stretch this out just a little bit more, we can see localhost 5000 API people. So our server's on 3000 locally. So what we need to do is actually proxy this from 5,000 to 3,000. So the way to do that is jump back over here. We can come down to our vite config, and we can specify a proxy inside of here. So server should proxy any request going to /API, will say, should instead go to localhost 3000. So target and then we need to let it know to change the origin of true. And save that, and let's jump back over. And there we go. We're now getting this data here. So if we come over, I want to see this in the network tab. We can see localhost 5000 API people, and we can see the response. So it was successfully proxied over to our backend. And here in our TanStack Query DevTools, we can also see all of the data as well. Awesome. So our data fetching is working, but back over in our code, there is one problem. If we scroll down here, we can see that to-do is showing up as any. So what that means is TypeScript doesn't know what the structure of our data looks like. So if I hover over data, we are getting any here. So luckily, Hono comes with a great way to handle this problem. It's called RPC. So I pulled up the documentation for us, and Hono RPC is a way to share the API specification between server and client. So this gives us type safety from end to end. Our client will be able to see the structure of our data coming from the server, which is pretty awesome. So if we just quickly take a look at what's going on in here, we can look at an example. Here they have a post route with a validator, and then the important part is we export the type to share the API spec with the client. Okay, and then looking at the client side example, we can import the HC Hono client and the type, and then we can create this client on our front end, and then the client can send post requests or get requests to the server, and it will know the structure of the data. All right, so let's go ahead and implement this and get this up and working. Back over here in our code, I'm going to jump over to the server side index first, and then inside of here, I want to export the type of our app. So I can set this to a variable, router equals app, and then we export the app, but let's also export type app type equals type of router, and actually the T should be capitalized here. Types are capital case, and that looks like all we need to do on the server. We're now exporting the type, and we can hover over it and see that at / there's a get with an output of hello Hono, and there's /API people get and the output of ID and name. So just hovering over the type, we can see it seems to know what these endpoints are returning, which is great. So now if we come back over to our front end, let's go ahead and import the Hono client and the app type. Hono client from Hono client, and then import the type, app type, not from vite, from, let's find this navigation, // gotta go up, Got to go up one more to server/index. There we go. And then we can create our client, Hono client, and provide it the type, app type. And then we want to provide it a route, and we'll do the root. So just slash there. And now with that client, let's come down to our query, and we can replace the fetch because the client wraps its own fetch. Say client, and now we're getting the TypeScript autocomplete. So we can see API, that's what we want, and people, yeah, that's the route we're looking for. And then we need to put a $get, and if we hover over response, we can see we're now getting an array of objects with ID and name, and that's the structure we're looking for. So if I save that, and we can even hover over data and see what that's expecting to get back. And now down here, our TypeScript error is gone because TypeScript understands that we're getting back an array of to-dos, which are really people. But that is all looking good now. So let's double check the browser. And I still have my local server up. So jump over to the browser and click refresh. And everything is still working, which is fantastic. All right, so now we have end-to-end type-safe data fetching. So the next thing I want to do is create a GitHub repository so that I can save my changes periodically and be able to roll changes back if I ever make any mistakes. So I'm going to come over to my GitHub account, and I'm going to create new, and I'm going to choose me as the owner and a repository name. Let's call it Hono React Better-Auth. Looks good, and I'll make this public so that you can all look at it and copy whatever code you need. And let's go ahead and create the repository. So now we can see an example. We can create a new repository. We have already got a repo, so we want to push an existing repo from the command line. So let's go ahead and grab this first CLI command, and inside of here we actually need to initialize a new repo. Well, initialize it as a Git repo. So I'm going to close that out. All right, let's clear that. So now I'm back in our top level root directory, and I'm going to say git init, and it initialized an empty Git repository for me. Sounds good. And let's fold some of this up. So it's important to double check what's actually getting pushed up to GitHub. So anything grayed out here we can see is not going to be pushed to GitHub. And we don't want node modules being pushed up because that's a lot of code. They take up a lot of space, and people can just install them when they pull the repo. .tanstack, this .vs code settings, not everybody uses VS Code, so we don't really want to push that either. And if you'll notice, our top level directory gave us a git ignore with just that, but our client also gave us a git ignore. So I'm going to go ahead and take everything from here, copy it, and put it into my top level git ignore. And we don't need duplicate node modules, so let's save that. And then I'm going to delete this second git ignore inside of the client. We don't need two of them. And all right, so it's complaining when I deleted that. There's now 10,000 changes. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here. So the issue is that we've got all this client code that's not being ignored by our Git repository, being that we've got two separate Git repos. So let's see if we can remove the Git repo from the client. If I open up the terminal and I change directory into the client and I do ls.git, we can see that we do have a Git folder in here. So let's remove that. rmrf.git. And that's just a friendly reminder that rmrf doesn't actually work on Windows. It's a Mac terminal command. So we need to use the Windows version, which is remove item, provided the path of .git, recurse, and force. All right, now if I ls.git, we can say cannot find path git because it does not exist. All right, so we were able to successfully delete it. And now if I come back over here, so we're still showing 10,000 changes. If I go to the repositories and let's stretch that out. So client, let's go ahead and just close that repository. That closed all the repositories. Reopen just the top level one. There we go, 34 changes. That's looking a lot better. And now my UI is tweaking out a little bit. So let's Command-Shift-P to reload the window. And here we go, 34 changes. That's looking a lot better. And I said I wanted to remove this .vs code. So let's go back to our git ignore. So now that everything is in one Git repo here locally, we can go ahead and push this up to GitHub. So now I can grab this command and we're going to set this as the remote origin. Open up the terminal, shrink this. There we go. And see what else we have here. Git branch of main. Okay. And push origin. So first I'm going to commit everything, scaffold, boilerplate, commit. All right. And push origin main. And there we go. We can see it's pushed up. So now they're showing no changes here. And let's double check. Back over here on GitHub's website, if I refresh this, we can now see all of our code is pushed up. Perfect. So our GitHub repo is set up and we can commit changes as we progress. So here in Chapter 2, we are going to set up a Postgres database so that our application has somewhere to read and write data to. So in order to do this, we're going to use Docker. I'm going to run a Postgres database locally on my computer inside of a Docker container. So you can see right here, I don't have any containers running. So in order to get a Postgres database running in a Docker container, we can use a Docker Compose file inside of our application code here. So I'm going to go ahead and create that Docker Compose YAML file. And now that I have that, we can go ahead and specify the services that we want to run. And we are just going to run a Postgres image. So we need to specify which image we want to use. So I will say version 17.5. And you can find all of the available versions on Docker Hub. So here I have Docker Hub's website pulled up, and this is the official Docker image for Postgres. And down here you can see all of the different tags. And so I'm choosing 17.5 because that is the most recent that is not in beta. So jumping back over to our code, We've chosen our image, and then we need to set a restart policy. So my favorite is unless stopped. Basically, it'll just keep the container running unless I choose to stop it. And then we can specify a container name as well. And I'll just call it Hono todos. And then we need to port forward our database. So let me type this out quick. And what this means is our database is running on port 5432 inside of the Docker container, and we actually want to expose that to our operating system so that our app can access that database on our operating system port 5432. So that's what's happening right there. And then we can set up our environment variables. We're going to need a password, user, and database. So there we have it. This is basically a script that we can run that will create a Docker container with a running Postgres database inside of it. And in order to run this script, we could do docker compose upd from the terminal, but in order to keep track of all of our scripts, it's nice to add that in here. So we can say database up and then put docker compose up -d inside of here, and then we can run bun run database up to run this script. So let's give that a go. Bun run database up. And there we can see it's pulling the Postgres image from the internet, and it has completed. So let's go ahead and check out our containers. Here we are, Docker desktop, and we can see we now have a Hono todos Postgres 17.5 exposed to port 5432 up and running. So now that our database is up and running, we need a way to interact with our database for our application code to be able to query different tables and run migrations. And that's where Drizzle comes in. So here I'm on the Drizzle documentation on how to get started with Postgres. So just taking a quick look here, we can follow along some of these steps. First, we're going to need to install. So let's go ahead and grab this. And I'm not going to install .env because Bun can read .env files natively. So now that we have that installed, we also want to install these development dependencies that they recommend here. And I am not going to install TSX because that is a TypeScript execution package that allows Node.js to run TypeScript files without needing to transpile first. But Bun can transpile TypeScript to JavaScript, so we don't need that. All right, so now that we've got all of the stuff installed for Drizzle, we can come down to step 2, and we need an environment variable file where we can store our database URL. So let's copy that, come back over here to our code, and create a .env. And then our URL to connect to our database will be PostgreSQL, and then user, password, and those come from our YAML where we specified user and password and the database of to-dos. So here we're specifying user, password, and then we need to list the port. So this will be on our local host, and 5432 is the port, and our database is todos. There we go. And now the thing is, we don't want our .env file to be pushed up to GitHub, so we can create, actually copy paste, and then rename this to .env.example. And the example can be pushed up to GitHub so that if you're working with other teammates or something, they can easily see what environment variables they should have, and then copy paste that and create their own env file. So now we've got our env set up. Let's jump back over to the documentation, and we can connect Drizzle ORM to the database. So they've got a few different options here. I'm going to choose this one. As you can see here, this one's the simplest, where we just specify the database URL and then give that to Drizzle. But here we actually set up a pool, and setting up a pool allows us to add more configurations if needed, and then we can access the pool separately, which is good for scripts. So in a couple minutes, we're going to create a seed script, and we'll be able to use the pool directly in that seed script. So if we just go ahead and copy paste this whole thing here, and we need inside of our server, let's create a database folder and a database.typescript file, and we can paste that. And I'm actually not going to keep that stuff in here. This will just be the database connection. So we've got Drizzle, our pool, we're reading our database URL from our .env file, and we're giving that to Drizzle. So all of that looks good. So now that we have our database connection set up here, let's go jump back over to the documentation and scroll down. And the next thing they recommend is to create a table. So we need a schema ts file, and they set up just a basic users one here in this example. So let's jump over, and we're going to make a schema ts file. All right, and then I'm going to set up a basic to-do table. PG table from Drizzle ORM PG core. Perfect. And we'll call this table to-dos. And then we can specify the different columns in our table. So we're going to have an ID, and we can just assign that to a UUID, import that function as the primary key, and we can default it to random. All right, and then our to-dos, let's also have a title, and that can be a varchar from PG core. Yep, correct import. And let's say we give this a length limit of 500 characters, just so our database doesn't get some kind of weird 10,000 character to do. And set that to not null, so that will be a required field. And then let's add a description for the to-dos. This can also be a varchar, and we'll give it a length limit of 1,000. And you can set that to whatever you might want or need. And this one, we're going to let it be optional, so we're not going to add that not null at the end. And then to-dos also have a completed, either the to-do is complete or not. So let's add that, completed, and that will be a Boolean from PG core. There we go. Always make sure to get the right import. And we can default that to false. Most of the time, I'm guessing to-dos will be created, having not already been done. And then we can add a created at and updated at field, which is a timestamp. And we'll add the time zone in there with time zone of true. And we can just default that to now. And I'll copy that line down, and instead of created at, updated at. All right, perfect. So this is a really good start. Gives us a table to work with, or a schema that we can turn into a table. So let's take another look at the Drizzle docs. So after we have a schema, then we need a Drizzle config file. So let's go ahead and copy this. And the Drizzle config goes in the root level. So if I click up here, say Drizzle config ts, and we can paste this, and we're not using .env, so let's clean that up and take a look here. So our out directory, that is where our migrations will be put. So I actually need to update this and call it inside of our server, inside of database, then we'll have a migrations file. So database migrations, okay, and it will create that folder for us automatically when we run a migration. So schema will say this is not source, this will be server, database, schema ts. So that points to the schema ts that we just created. So that is looking good. And then dialect, that can stay the same, and that can stay the same. Perfect. So now we have everything we need. Let's double check that over here. So now it says apply changes to the database. So basically at this point, we can generate our SQL and run the migrations and get our table put into our database. So let's do that. If we jump back over to our package JSON, we need a script here, and luckily they provide us with the script from the Drizzle kit to generate migrations. So we'll say database generate, and then Drizzle kit generate, and then we'll need the second one for running the migration. So database migrate, all right. So what's going to happen here, we're going to run this script. It's going to look at our schema and create some SQL from our schema that we can then execute on our database. So let's go ahead and run this one, database generate. Clear that out. Run database generate. All right, your SQL migration file. So now that migrations folder was created, and we can see here we have a SQL file, create the table of to-dos. Perfect. So now we want to run this and have it create that table in our database. So let's do run database migrate, and migrations applied successfully. So we ran our migrations and it said it was successful, but how can we see that? Well, that's where Drizzle Studio comes in. So this is a GUI that Drizzle provides us to actually view our database. So if we scroll down quick, for the quick start, we can see install dependencies. We've done that. Prepare the schema. We've done that. We have the config. So then the last thing is we can run this script. So if I just grab this, and then I jump back over to our code, and then I come to package JSON, and I add in a database studio command, put that there. Now we have DrizzleKit Studio. Go ahead and save, and we can run database studio. And now it provides us with this link. So if I click that, open up, and here we can see Drizzle Studio. Now there's no rows, no data in here yet, but we can see our to-dos table. So that means our migration ran successfully. We have our table in here, and we can see the columns too. ID, title, description, completed, created at, updated at. So our to-dos table is now in the database, and our migrations were successful. So we now have our database set up. We have a table in our database, but our database is empty. And for testing purposes, it would be really nice if we had some test data inside of our database. And that's where Drizzle seed comes in. So let's go ahead and implement this so we can get some fake data in our database. If we scroll down a bit, we can see kind of the first step is always to install. So let's grab that. I'm going to open up a new terminal. And I'm going to add -d on here because this is a development dependency. We're only going to be seeding a local or dev database, not a production database. Perfect. And then if we jump back over to the documentation, we can take a quick look at how this thing is used. So here's a basic table. Here we import the seed function, and then we just call that seed function with our database connection and the users table in this case, or basically our schema. So that's pretty simple. And there are, of course, some additional options I can go in. We can specify, how many, a count of 1,000. The seed function will create 10 by default, so that's good. And then there's a reset function that's included with this drizzle seed as well. So there's a lot of extra options on here. We can refine the data and connect users to posts. Let's go ahead and set up a basic seed. So let's jump over to our code. And I'm going to create this. Here, let me close some of these extras that I don't need at the moment. I'm going to create a new directory called scripts. And that's because these scripts are for local dev. So whenever the point would come to do a production build, we don't want these scripts included in the production build. So then I can create a new seed local database script.typescript. All right. And now we're going to want to import the database in the pool. From server/database/database, and all of it's not exported. Okay, so my bad. Come back over here to database TS and export these two. Perfect, that should be happy now. All right, so now we've got our database in our pool, and we also want to bring in the schema. So we can import star as schema from our server in our database and the schema file. And then we need our seed function from drizzle seed. Oops. Okay, perfect. Now, let's create a function that we can run. Call it just seed database. And this will be async. And then the most basic version of the seed would be seed function and provide it the database and the schema. And that's it. That's the simplest version of the seed script. So now the thing is, I want to be able to call this seed script from the package JSON. I want to add it into here so I can just call it from the terminal easily. So let's go ahead and just call the function right down here immediately. So when we run this file, it will just run this function. And then the thing is, down here, we're going to need to close the database connection after the script runs, because this will open up the database connection, and if we don't do that, it will just hang. So we can say a dot then, and for a little feedback to us, let's say a console log of seeded the database successfully. And then we can return the pool.end, and that will close the database connection for us. And if there is some kind of error too, we can put a .catch on here. And we can also do a console.error and just put that it failed to seed database. And on a new line, add in that error. And return pool.end. And let's see what's going on here. Oh, I forgot to put the error right there. Perfect. Okay. And now in the package JSON, if I want to be able to call this, we're going to say database seed. And we can say, we can just run that file, bunrun.scripts/seed local database script ts. All right, and that should do it for us. Let's give that a go. Bunrun database seed. And we get out our log, seeded database successfully. So let's take a look over here in Drizzle Studio. So now I need to hit the refresh button, and you can hit it there too. So we can see we do have 10 to-dos now inside of our database, and that's pretty cool. The one complaint I have here is that when you're looking at the title and the description, it's these random strings that it generates. So it's just generating some fake data, and this is not very useful in my opinion. When I'm testing things, I like to see semi-realistic data. I want real titles and descriptions. So luckily there is a way for us to fix this. So let's go ahead and just delete all of this data, and we're going to redo it. Let's jump back over to our code editor and back over here to our script. And this is where we get to tag on this refine function, and we can specify some additional options for us. So it gives us this function, and then we can specify in here to-dos and jump over to, we see we have a columns option. And then inside of our columns, we can see we get some autocomplete there. So we get title, that is one of our columns. So I want to use this function's values from array. So this allows me to specify my own array of data that I want it to pick from. So values, and here I'm just going to put in like 3 options. All right, and then we can do the same thing for the description column. Description. And the description is actually an optional field, if you remember from our schema. So I'm going to put undefined in here because that will help simulate some real world data where some of the descriptions will be undefined and they won't be in there. So now that we've updated this script, let's go ahead and rerun it from our terminal. All right, seeded successfully, and jump back over to Drizzle Studio, hit the refresh button, and see what we have. All right, so we've got our 10 new to-dos, and our titles are more realistic, and same with our descriptions. Perfect. So the last thing I want to do here for Chapter 2 is to update the README. So most of us work on a team with other developers, and it's important to keep the README up to date so that if one of your teammates pulls the repo, they know how to get this thing up and running locally. So here in the README, we can do Command-Shift-P to open preview to the side of Markdown, or you'll see that option right there. And this gives us what the README Markdown would look like basically in the GitHub repo. So we have made a couple changes here. In order to get this thing up and running, let's say I want local dev. All right, keep that as a header. And the first thing you need to do is still install the dependencies with bun install. And then after that, we actually need to add the env file. So let's say I want to add a step here. Maybe I can number these. 1, to install dependencies. 2, copy.env.example to your own .env file and fill in variables. And then after that, we need to run the migrations, or whoever pulls the repo would need to set up the database. So we'll say 3 to set up database. 1, 2, 3. They will need to run bun run database up and bun run database migrate. And then after that is all done, step 4 will be bun run dev. All right, cool. So now we've got some better instructions on how to use this repo. And if we come over to our Git repository, we can see the different changes that we've made. So we added the Docker Compose, Drizzle config, added some scripts to our package, JSON, seed script, etc. So all this looks good. And let's go ahead and say completed database setup. And we can commit that and sync the changes. All right, and then we can come back over here, click refresh, and we can see we have now been updated, completed database setup, we got the scripts folder, and we are all good to go. So now that we have our database set up and we have fake data populated in there, chapter 3, we are going to focus on the full stack get to-dos. So what that means is we are going to set up a query to fetch our to-dos, set up a Hono route so that we can serve those to-dos, and then on the front end, we are going to fetch the list of to-dos with Hono RPC and then display them. So the first thing that we need to do is create a query to grab our to-dos from our database. So jumping in here, I'm going to make a queries TS file. And we're going to need a couple of imports. We're going to need our database client. We're going to need our schema. And then we can create our get to-dos function. And from here, we can grab our database client, and there is a select function. So I'm just going to go ahead and select all of the to-dos. So select and then from is chained on there, and we need to provide it our to-dos table from our schema. And then we can also order by, and there is a descending function, and we can import that from Drizzle ORM, where we can descend by to-dos dot created at. So that way we're getting our to-do list with the most recent to-dos, the newest ones up at the top. And then this is an asynchronous function, so we'll need to await this and return the result. Now, if we hover over this, we can see the response. We're going to get a promise with an array of to-dos, which is exactly what we were looking for. Now that we have our get-to-dos query, we can jump back over to our index.ts where our routes are living, and we can create a get-to-dos route. So here we have this placeholder. We can get rid of this and replace it with our get-to-dos route. So this will be living at API/todos, and remove that. And I'm going to add a try-catch. So first, we're going to want to query our to-dos here and then return that JSON. And if there's an error, then we can return a 500 error. And here we can import our get-to-dos function. And it's saying it's red squiggly because we need an async here. And then we can return the context JSON of to-dos. And hovering over, we can see we're getting our array of to-dos, so that looks good. And then if there is an error, we can log that to our console so we could debug it. Failed to fetch to-dos, and then plug in that error. And then we also need to send a message back to the user or to the client to let the client know there was an error. So we can plug that in here, error, failed to fetch to-dos. And the reason why we put this hard-coded string rather than passing this error, specifically, this error is going to have information on our server, and we don't want to expose all of that information because it could enable a hacker to discover some info about our server, which would help them identify some kind of vulnerability. So that is why we're hard-coding this failed to fetch to-dos with a 500. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and see if we can hit this endpoint and get our data back. So I'm going to pull this up, and I have the Drizzle Studio running, but I need my server running. So bun run server. All right, so we're now on localhost 3000. Let me copy that and jump back over to our HTTP file. And so we have this basic one, which actually doesn't exist anymore because I just killed that. So let's just say /API/todos and send that. And there we go. We got a 200 OK, and we can see we got an array with to-dos in there. So that is looking good. It is working as expected. So now that we have our backend route set up to fetch to-dos, let's revisit our client. So coming up here, there was a lot of boilerplate that was generated that we haven't really dug into yet. So it's worth taking the time right now to look at all this stuff and find out what do we actually need to keep and what can we delete from here. So there's a React icon, another React icon, another React icon, a manifest that points to these different icons, a robots.txt. Okay, so we're not going to leave these icons in here. I'm going to move those to the recycle bin and take a look at the manifest. So this was pointing to these different icons. We don't have any of those anymore, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete that whole icons thing. And short name, it says TanStack app. We'll rename that to Hono to do app. And Hono to do app. That's good enough for me. A display of standalone theme color and background color. I don't want any of that because we're going to use DaisyUI for our theming and our coloring. So the rest of that looks good, and we can leave that as is. So then jumping down here, let's see what kind of components they have for us. So there's a header component, and this is the navbar basically at the top. So we have the link to home and link to that demo route that we have. So let's leave the header for now. We'll probably rework this. And then looking at the layout, which brings in React Query DevTools, we want to keep that. and then the root provider. So it has the query client provider wrapped around, so we want to keep that. And then taking a look at the routes, the root TSX, this is important. So we're bringing in the header, which is our navbar, outlet, that's required, and DevTools and query layout. So that's all looking good. This we'll get rid of shortly, but I'm going to leave it for now. And then here in our index, we have a whole lot of stuff that I don't think we really need to keep around. So let's go ahead and just get rid of this. Put a nice simple hello world. Classic, right? Get rid of the logo. Okay, so that's cleaned up. And then this logo, another React logo, we don't need that. And our main, let's see. I want to get rid of this report web vitals. I'm not going to be doing any of that in this tutorial. So let's remove that. Go back to main. And we can remove that import that doesn't exist anymore. And we should be good to go then. So we will end up getting rid of these styles. Yeah, I'll do that right now. Our styling will be done with DaisyUI. This looks fine, and the rest of these config files are good too. All right, let's go ahead and make sure this thing still starts up. All right, there's our hello world on the home page, and our navigation still works and brings us over to the TanStack demo. So now that we just cleaned up all those React files that we didn't need, now is a good time to install DaisyUI. So if you're not familiar with what DaisyUI is, I'm here on their website, and it's a abstraction on Tailwind CSS. So it's basically pre-made components using Tailwind. So if I just scroll down in their website, they have a pretty good demo right here to explain what exactly Daisy is. So here you can see like all of these classes that are being put on this button, and we can see down here the result, and it keeps going, because basically you need these different hover states to make a button feel good and look good, and an active state, all these different things just to make this little button so that when you hover over it, it has a nice little animation and looks good. And then when we scroll down, this is the Daisy UI version. It's just replaced with BTN, and then it does all of that. So there's a little animation on the button click and everything, all built in. So that's why I love Daisy. It's pretty awesome, saves me a bunch of time, and the components look good. They look good and they feel good. So if we jump over to their install, docs, install, basically we just need to install Daisy here, and then we can put it as a plugin in our CSS file. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll grab the bun version. And then I'm going to kill that server, and I'm going to change directory into client because we want to install this on the client side only. The server doesn't need DaisyUI. All right, and then change directory back up. And then we can jump over to our root CSS and add the plugin DaisyUI, and we can add a default theme. So we can say themes dim default, and I like the dim theme. I think it looks really sharp. So now that we have that added in, let's go see if it's working. And there we are. So you can see our background has now changed to the same dim color as DaisyUI over here. So our theme is working. So now that we have DaisyUI installed, our component library, I want to add another link up here, a new page for our to-dos. And then I want to fetch those to-dos from our server and display them. So let's jump back over to our code. And over here, we can see we have our navbar header. So our header is linking over to home and to demo TanStack, and we can look at the routes and see that we have the demo TanStack route, and home is just the base, which is index. So we need another route. So if we go ahead and create a new file here, we can call it todos.tsx, and automatically it generates this chunk of code for us, which is pretty handy. So then if we come back over to our our header, we can add another one, and this we can link it over to to-dos, and then instead of TanStack query, we can call it to-dos. Save that, and let's jump over to our browser to make sure it loaded up. And here we go, to-dos, hello to-dos, perfect. So we now have our new page. Jumping back over to our code, let's go ahead and see if we can fetch our to-do list and display it here. So what we're going to need is our Hono RPC client, because we want to fetch with type safety. So let's import that. Let's import our type, our app type. And then we're also going to continue to use useQuery, just like we had over here, which is the TanStack query tool. So import useQuery from TanStack React Query. Perfect. So that should be everything we need. Now we can set up our client. This is our Hono RPC client. Give it the type of our server and just put the root slash there. Okie dokie. Now if we jump down here, we can set up our fetch. So there are several different properties that we can use from TanStack query. So let me show you here. From useQuery, we can pull off the data and is error to let us know if there's an error or not, the actual error message, and is loading. And these are very handy because we can show different, we can show a loading state in our UI when it is loading, and we can show an error message when we have an error. And so this provides us with some nice quality of life, like conveniences. And then inside of useQuery, we need a query key. So we'll call this to-dos because this is fetching our to-do list. And then we need a query function. And this is asynchronous because it's fetching from our server. And then inside of our query function, we'll use our client to fetch the data. So then we can call the client.api.todos and get, and you can see we're getting that type safety all the way down. It was auto-suggesting for me, which is really nice. And then we can say if the response is not okay, then we'll throw an error. Throw. Whoop. Otherwise, if it is successful, we can return the response.json. Save that. And yeah, it's saying all destructured elements are unused. Okay, so well, we're going to put them to use here in just a second. So let's get rid of this now. And we're getting back a list of to-dos. So let's map over that list, data.map to do, and just return a very basic div here for it with the to-do.title. Oh, I need to put that in curly braces. So it's telling me that data is possibly undefined, and the way we can kind of save ourselves here is say data, if data is true, undefined would be false. So if it's true, then we're going to map over and show all these things. Otherwise, we're not going to. So that way, TypeScript is happy. So now if we go check out the browser, there it is. That's pretty cool. So now we have our to-dos listed. So we are successfully fetching them, and we are getting type safety so we can see in our data what our data structure is looking like. So now we're displaying all of our to-dos, but this is pretty ugly. So let's go ahead and try and make this look a little bit better. I say a couple things we can do is move this to the center of the screen, and then these are to-dos, so we should have a checkbox next to each to-do item. And lucky for us, DaisyUI has a checkbox component. So if we scroll down here and take a look, we can see this nice checkbox, which has a little animation to it. And they even have a colored version, so we can make it green when it's checked. So I think this is what I want to get. And you could disable it or see, add a custom color. But what I want is this one right here. So if I take a look at this, it's an input with a type of checkbox. And then we can add these styles, checkbox and checkbox primary, and that'll give us this green, nice looking checkbox. So let's jump over to our code and let's add some styles onto here. So we can use Flexbox to try and center everything. We'll say we'll have one flex column, so flex column, and then let's do an item center and see what that looks like. All right, so everything's in the center, but it's right up against the top there. So if we just kind of hover over this, this could use a little bit of padding. So let's jump back over to our code and say, I want padding of about 10. And there we go, we get a little bit better padding, or a lot better, really, and then just hovering over. So that looks pretty good. And then I want to add a little bit of space in between each to-do. We can see they're quite cramped. So let's do that. And we can add another div wrapping all of this. And add the spacing here. Space y of 3. There we go. So now that's looking better. We've got some spacing in between everything. And now I want to add in the checkbox next to each of these. So now to add that checkbox in, I can go ahead and cut that, and let's wrap it up in some parentheses so that we can put it back and add the input with the type of checkbox. There we go. Class name with, not flex, checkbox, and checkbox primary. There we go. And this is upset because I'm returning these two as JSX expression must have one parent element, but here we have two. So we need to wrap this in another div. And what did I mess up here? Oh, forgot to close this input. So there we go. Okay, let's check the browser, see what this looks like. Okay, cool. So we've got our checkboxes, but they're obviously not side by side. So let's clean that up quick. We can go ahead and add a class name here. And let's make this flex, item center, with a gap of 2. And we need to change this div to a span, because spans are side by side. So let's see what this looks like now. All right, there we go. This is looking a lot better. This is a good step in the right direction. So back in our code, we are not taking advantage of our loading or error variables. So the question is like, what does this look like if it is loading? Well, let's go back over to our browser, and using the React query dev tools here, we can see this to-dos, we can click on this, and we can actually force it into a loading state, which is really nice. So I forced it into a loading state, and what happens? Nothing. We're not displaying anything at all. So that is not really good. What about when we forced into an error? Nothing. So we need to provide our users with better feedback. So let's start with the loading state. Jumping back over to the code. Down here, let's say if this thing is loading, we need some kind of loading icon. Well, I guess let's just check out DaisyUI really quick, because they do have a really nice an assortment of good loading spinners and such. So we've got some loading spinners to pick from. That all looks good, but they also have a skeleton. So it has this nice shimmer and will serve as a really good placeholder. I think these look really nice. So let's go ahead and add in a loading skeleton into our app. And what this looks like here, so we've got a flex, we can define the width, and then we have, for example, 4 different actual skeleton divs, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can do something very similar to this. Now, in our code, let's add a block here. So if this thing is loading, we can say is loading is true. Then we want to display our loading state. And let's say we want like 5 different skeleton loaders. So why don't we create a map and loop over that loop so that we can have 5 different skeleton loaders. And then for each of these, oops, we'll return a React component. And we are going to mirror this down here. So we can go ahead and copy this. We want our skeleton loader to look similar to the structure we're already displaying. And then we have a class name of skeleton. And let's give it a height of 6 and a width of 6. And this skeleton will represent our checkbox. So we want it to be rounded full. And that'll basically giving us a loading circle or a skeleton circle. And then we want a bar shape. So give it a height of 4 and a width of, let's say, 32. That's interesting. I don't know why it put that in there. And I guess we're not really using that. So let's go ahead and that's pretty interesting. Let's force this into a loading state now. All right, so it's not working. And I think that is because of that right there. And, oh, I see. We need to return this. That should do it. So when there are curly braces, we have to specify the return, but the parenthesis gives us kind of a shorthand. There we go. So that is a pretty nice looking loading state that we have there. And then when loading is done, we see our list. That looks good. So now the last thing I want to do is take advantage of the error variables we have and create an error message to display to our users when something goes wrong. So let's go take a look at the component library. So DaisyUI has an alert component. If we scroll down and take a look, they even have an error one for us. So that's exactly what we're looking for. And if I click on the JSX, we can see it's pretty simple for just a role of alert, class name, alert, alert, error. And then inside of here, they have an SVG. So instead of using this SVG, I want to use a icon library. And the one I prefer is Lucid React. So here, it's a icon library. And to install it, they have the React version here. So bun add Lucid React. I'll copy that and jump back over to our code. And then I need to change directory into the client and add Lucid in. And then we can change directory back up top. And we can do bun run dev. And close that down. And make sure everything is looking good over here. All right, everything is still good. So now we can add our error state. So like the is loading, we'll check, is there an error? If yes, then we're going to show an error message. And that will look like the div role of alert and a class name of alert, alert error. And then inside of here, we can import circle X from Lucid React. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Circle X doesn't want to import. All right, let's add that import manually. All right, looks like the import's working now. And then we can add a span where our error text will go. And then we can use this error variable, which contains the message, and say error dot message. Okay, and that should do it for us. So let's go check out the browser, and let's trigger an error state using the TanStack query DevTools trigger error, and there we go. We now have a nice looking error message displayed up top. So I will say this error message is a bit ugly, being that it's moved our list over here onto the left hand side, so things are not centered anymore. So let's fix that really quick. So if we move this error message outside of our div that is spacing out our to-do list, then things should look a little bit better. So there's that. And let's see what we have now. Trigger the error. Okay, that's better. We just need a little bit of padding around our to-do list. So let's say we had a padding of 6 around here. And trigger our error message again. And there we go. That is looking a lot better. So that wraps it up for chapter 3. We were able to query our to-dos, create a route, and then fetch those using Hono RPC on our front end and display them. So we're well on our way to creating a full-blown, robust to-do list. So in this chapter, we're going to focus on setting up Better-Auth on the server side. So by the end of this chapter, we're going to have various authentication routes set up to manage users. We'll be able to create users and update them, and they'll be saved to the database, all that fun stuff, and it'll be done with Better-Auth. So let's go ahead and jump in. The first thing that we need to do is install Better-Auth. So if I go ahead and grab this install CLI command, we can jump back over to our code. I'm going to close out of those, fold up the client, and we'll be focusing on the server. And then I can open up my terminal, and we are adding Better-Auth. Now, if we jump back over to the documentation, they say the next step is to set up some environment variables. So we'll need a Better-Auth secret and a base URL. So let's grab that. And turns out the base URL of 3000 is our server's base URL. And if we come back over here, they have this button to generate a secret, so we can go ahead and do that here as well. Perfect. And now I'll take these and I'll also put them into the .env example, and I'll delete the actual secret from the example because you shouldn't be pushing up secrets to GitHub. Now, there is one more environment variable that wasn't listed in the documentation that I'm going to add in here, and that is the client URL. Because our client is running on a different port 5000, we actually want to specify that here so that we can use it when we create our Better-Auth instance. And I can put that over here as well. So now that we have our environment variables set up, step 3 here in the documentation is to create a Better-Auth instance. So it says that we need to create this in a lib folder or a utils folder, and they have an example here, but if we keep scrolling down, they have an example specific for Drizzle, which is what I'm using. So I'm going to follow this example, and I've already gone through this before, so I have some different config options that I know I want to add in. So let's go ahead and create this Better-Auth instance. So I'm going to make a new directory called lib, and then a new file in here, authts, and then I can at least copy some of this here. All right, and then I can fix this database import. So /database/db, and we're using Postgres, so that looks good. And then I'm also going to provide the schema here. I found that before, when I didn't provide the schema, it would sometimes run into errors, and so specifically adding the schema here helped clear those up. And then I'm going to specify email and password. So we need to put this as enabled true in order for our routes that create users based on email password to work correctly. And then the other config I'm going to add is trusted origins. And so what this is doing is, because our client is running on localhost 5000, it's a different origin. So we need to tell Better-Auth that, hey, this client URL is a origin that we trust, we own it, so it's good to go. So the next step to get our auth working is to create the database tables. So Better-Auth requires a database. We need to save our users to our database, and they provide this CLI command to generate all of the auth tables for us, which is super nice. So let's go ahead and copy this and run it in our project. And it looks like it ran into an error here. So no configuration file found. Add an authts file to your project, or pass the path to the config file using --config. Okay, so we definitely have an authts file. It's right here. I'm looking at it. So that means it wasn't able to locate our authts. So let's go ahead and do what it recommends and try again, but with this --config and the path to our authts file. So I'm just going to click up there on the up arrow, and then let's say --config, and we'll say ./server/lib/authts. All right, now hopefully it can find it this time. Do you want to generate the schema? Yes, I do. Success. Alrighty, let's see what we got. So here we have this auth -schema ts, and here are all of the tables. So that is all looking good. Let's go ahead and copy all of this. So we already have a schema ts file right here, so I don't need two schema files. So we're just going to copy all those tables and paste them into here. Now, I also copied the imports, and we don't need duplicate imports, so let's delete those. And it looks like text was missing, so let's add that. And now everything seems to be pretty good. So we have a users table, session table, account, verification, perfect. And now that we have these tables, we can use Drizzle to generate some migrations and then run those migrations on our database. So let's do that. Run our generate command. All right, so 5 tables. So it sees all those tables there. We can check our migrations folder, and we can see the SQL file to create account, create session, user, perfect. So everything looks good there. And now we can run that migration. Success. And now we can check our database to see if those tables are in there. Open up the Database Studio, click on that. And here we are. So we have our to-dos table, and we have our new 4 different Better-Auth tables that were created for us. So the generation worked successfully, and our database now has what it needs. Testing. So now that our auth database tables are set up, the next thing we need to do is mount our handler. So this will give us access to all of the routes that come with Better-Auth. And they have a Hono example here, which is super convenient. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this chunk of code, and we're going to put it into our app. So if I jump back over to my index, put it at the top here, and get rid of that trailing semicolon. So now we have the on, post, or get. We have our auth routes and our auth handler, which is imported from libauth, will take care of the rest for us, which is really handy. Now, something I'm noticing here is that I have API on all of my routes. So to make things a little simpler, we can actually put a base path of /API on the whole thing, and then I can remove these. There we go. A nice little bit of cleanup. So looking at the documentation here again, if I scroll down past the routes, the next step is to create the client instance. The thing is, though, this is front-end code. This is setting up the auth client in our React app that runs on the front end. So I'm going to do this in the next chapter, which means it looks like we have all of the authentication set up for the back end. So how do we test this out? I want to make sure that it's actually working. Well, we can use this plugin here. So Better-Auth comes with an Open API plugin, and here's what that code looks like. So we can add this plugin to our auth.ts file, and it'll spin up a GUI for us where we can hit the various endpoints that are provided by Better-Auth. So let's go ahead and just grab this code, come over to our auth.ts file, put the import up here, and then add in the plugins array with Open API, and there we are. So now, in order to access those Open API docs, we need to run our server. So here I've got the database GUI up. Let's clear that and do bun run server. So now we're up on 3000. Go ahead and click that, and 404 not found because I don't have a route for that anymore, which is fine. And so here it tells us to navigate to /API auth reference. So let's give that a go. API auth reference. And here we are. Here's the interface that were provided. And this is super handy. It shows us all of the routes that we get included with Better-Auth. So for a simple example to test that this is all working, let's do a sign up by email. So here, sign up by email. Email, name, and password are all required. So if I click test request, here we get this interface. I can scroll down to the body, and let's say my name is Nick, and I'll do a dummy email and password of 123. And those are the 3 required fields. So if I send this, we get back 200 OK. Awesome. So we're getting back a token, we're getting back our user with email, my name, etc. So now if we go back over to Drizzle Studio and I click refresh, we're seeing 1 user, 1 session, 1 account. If I click on that user, there I am, Nick at no@no.com, and all of the other great information. So this is proving out that our setup is working as expected. Our backend Better-Auth setup is all complete. We can create users, and so we are good to go. So the last thing I want to do in this chapter is provide an easy way to open up these docs. So let's say you're working on a team with other developers. Your peers may not know that they can access these docs. So what if we had a nice handy script built into our package JSON to open up these docs? Well, we can do that. So there is this handy tool called OpenCLI. It's very simple. It just opens up URLs, files, etc. And so what I'm going to do is install this. Wrong keyboard shortcut. Bun add d OpenCLI. All right. And then we can go to the package JSON, and I can add a new script in here. And inside of here, I can say OpenCLI and then provide it the URL. Just like that. And now we can run this command and it'll open up our auth docs. So your peers on your team might be going through the scripts and say, hey, what's that? Oh, look, I can open up these docs, and then give that a go. And then it jumps me right over to the browser, and looks like that's down because I actually stopped the server. So let's go bun run server. We're back up, and there we go. So now those docs are back up and running. So now that we have Better-Auth set up on our server side, it's time to look at our client side. So I want to create a sign-up page. So I can do that here in the client, go over to source, go to routes, and I can create a new route, and that will serve as our sign-up page. So let's go ahead and do that. And then if I run the dev server, it will auto-generate some code for us. That is TanStack Router hard at work doing its job. So it spun up some of this basic boilerplate for us for our route. So that's looking good. And now what I want to do is actually organize my thoughts. And so the way I like to do that is create a pull request in GitHub and list out all of the things that I'm planning to do for this change. So first thing I need to do is create a new branch. And then we can commit these changes. And now I can navigate over to GitHub, and we can see here, this is my recent push, and compare and create a pull request. And we'll just call it add sign up page. And this is auto-generated route tree stuff, and this is the code we actually changed and care about. So I'm going to create a draft pull request, and then I can edit this here, and I can create a little checklist to keep myself organized. So just thinking about what a sign-up page looks like, what we're going to do here is we're going to have an email and password login structure. And then inside of there are a couple of things. So I want an email input that has validation on it. So we're going to want some kind of input validation on all of the fields. And then we also want to confirm the password. If they're signing up for the first time, we don't want the user to enter in a password thinking it's one thing and having mistyped. And then we'll need to use the Better-Auth client to actually sign up. And then what happens when they do sign up? Well, we could redirect them to our to-dos page, which is really convenient, and that's what the app's all about. That's where they'd want to go anyway. What if they're already signed in? Then we probably also want to redirect them to the to-dos page. And then what if there is an error when trying to sign up? We need some kind of feedback, some kind of error state to show the user what went wrong. And then with error state, there's always loading state too. And if you remember from other login pages, usually it will have a link to say sign up, already have an account, and then click this link to sign in. All right, so that's looking pretty good, a pretty good checklist here for everything that we're going to need for our sign up page. And let me just check the Better-Auth documentation one more time. So sign up email. Oh, I forgot about name. So name is a required field when signing up. So let's add that in as well. All right, perfect. I'm feeling pretty good about this. This is a good structure for how we're going to put together our sign up page. So the first thing I want to do is put together a nice structured way for our inputs to live on our web page. So I was looking at DaisyUI, and I think what we can do here is use the card component. This is a very nice, handy little component that can serve as a container. So if we're looking at something like this, I'm not going to have an image in our sign up page. But basically, we can put our name, email, and password inputs all inside of a card and keep things looking really clean. So if we take a look at this code, they provide a card class, and then inside of there, there's their image, and then there's a card body where we can have the card title and card actions. And using those things, it'll structure it really nicely, like card title, body, and then the action button. So this is what I'm gonna use. And also I want to jump over to the inputs really quick, take a look at the input fields. So for text input, they have a lot of options here. We've got the basic text input. Now we need a username, email, and password. And lucky for us, they have examples of these things. So if I just keep scrolling down, we can find, here's a username example. So username text with a validator built in. So let's say I put, I don't know, one, there we go. So we triggered their validator there. I put in one character and it's saying must be 3 to 30 characters containing letters, numbers, dashes. So just taking a look at this code, wrapped up inside of a label, they've got input validator and then an SVG for that icon and the input of text, username, and there's a pattern on there, a regex matching pattern to make sure that they're only using these characters. And then the validator hint, that's what we saw down at the bottom. So this is a great example. We can almost copy paste this and put it into our code. And then there is an email input example. So if I just put hello, that's not a valid email. There we go. Now we get the green, happy green color going around the border. So that's looking good. And they even have a password one here. Blurs it out. And I bet if I put a short password, it says, hey, this needs to be 8 characters, yada, yada, yada. So this is great. We pretty much, DaisyUI is giving us like everything that we need here. So let's jump back over to our code and start getting our inputs added in. First thing I'm going to do here is add in the card so we can see the structure, our container for where we're going to put all of our inputs. So if I delete that and make a new div, let's add in the class name of card on the top. And then this has another div inside of it, which can have the class name of card body. There we go. And then inside of the card body, we can even have our card header now. Let's see, class name, card, title. There we go. Title, not header. So let's say our title is create an account. There we go. And then we're going to have our inputs underneath that, but let's go ahead and just see what this looks like. All right, so I'm not seeing the outline of the card. Let's go ahead and hover over this. And it may be just that the backgrounds are the same color. So let's take a look at that. Let's create another div around this, kind of serving as our page container, and say the background base of 100, and then I want my card to be a background base of 300. So let's see if that really shows our card. Okay, yeah, there we go. We're seeing a little bit of curving there in the corner, but this is full width. That's not exactly what I want. So let's come back over here and limit the width of this thing. So max width, let's say medium, and see what that looks like. Okay, we're getting somewhere step by step. Now it's not centered. So let's come up here to our top level and say flex items center and justify center and see where that puts our card. Okay, cool. We're definitely getting somewhere now. We could use a little bit of padding. So let's add maybe padding top of 12 and see what that looks like. Okay, so it made a big forehead up here. That's not what I want. Let's put the padding here on our top level. There we go. Now we kind of have a good floating card. Things are starting to come together, take shape a little bit. Now, underneath this, let's have a little paragraph text. Give this a little margin top so it has some space. Okay, not bad. And we can kind of mute the color of this text too. So let's say text base content, but at 70% there. There you go. Really drawing in the eyes here. Maybe we want to make this a little bit bigger, that create account, being that that is our title. Let's say text 3XL. Okay, that might be a little too big. Let's see how it looks when we start adding inputs into this. So now we've got some our title here. Let's add in a form. So the reason why we're going to use a form to hold all of our inputs is that that's good for accessibility. Screen readers understand it better. The browser understands it better. So we get some help out of the box with this, and it makes our website work and function a little bit better. And you know what? I'm going to come over here to DaisyUI and just copy paste this username input really quick. No need in me trying to do it all from scratch. Okay, save to get some formatting, and we're getting a minimum length 3. It's not happy about that. Okay, so it was looking for a capital L. Put 3, and same thing here. Max length 30 seems reasonable. And there we go. We've got this username input now living on our screen. So this is looking pretty good. Let's see what the validation looks like. All right, must be 3 to 30 characters, only containing letters, numbers, and dashes. So the thing is, for us, this is supposed to be a full name, not necessarily a username. So let's clean that up. I don't want numbers in there. I guess people might have dashes in their names for a hyphen, but let's take a look at this. So also we've got this SVG, which I want to sub out for a Lucid React icon. So let's go to Lucid Dev Icons, person. That's not what I want. User. There we go. So this is the icon I'm looking for. User. Okay, let's remove this SVG and import user from Lucid React. Clean that up, make sure that worked. Okay, that looks good. And then I want to remove these numbers from here and change username to full name. Only letters or dashes. That's fine. And remove that numbers there as well, only containing only letters or dashes. Now that's looking pretty good. I think I've got more or less everything I want there. And taking a look here, so our subtext is not centered, and I want to center that and add a little bit of margin bottom on there to space it out. So here's our subtext, sign up to get started, and I'm also going to quickly, shrink the font here a little bit since we're getting a lot more code on the screen, so we can see a little bit more of it. So there we go. So this has margin top of 2. What if we make that a margin Y of 2? So that will have margin on the top and the bottom. And then can I put a text center on here to center that? There we go. So that's looking pretty good now. Got a little bit of space, centered. Okay, I like it. I like it. So now let's go ahead. We have the full name. So now we want the email. So we had that email on here, and let's go ahead and grab all of this. Jump back over to our code. Inside of our form, got one there, and underneath, add another one. And let's see what this looks like just right out of the box. Okay, so a little bit squished there. And when the validation is gone, we have a bit of a big gap there. So we'll take a look at that in just a second. Let's see here. If I tab, enter valid email. Okay, that front-end validation is looking pretty good. So how can we get rid of this? We've got 2 lines. We want to squish that down to 1 line instead of 2. So here in the validator hint, there's the 1 line, a break, and the second line. So let's remove the break and shorten this text up. Must be 3 to 30 characters, only letters and or dashes. Let's see what that looks like. That might be a little bit long. Okay, it's right on the border there. Maybe I could shorten that up a bit and add in a little bit more, maybe margin top on this input here. On our wrapping label. And I want to keep this and its validator hint kind of all bundled in one div. So let's do that. Highlight all of that, move that up, save, and then we can add margin top, let's say 2. And this SVG I also want to sub out for a Lucid React icon. So let's see what we have here. Email, just mail, sounds good. Delete the SVG and import our Lucid React mail icon. Save that. And I'm also going to wrap this one in its own div. There we go. And shorten this up. What if I say 3 to 30 characters, only letters or dashes? Okay. All right, that's looking pretty good. A little bit of space there, but all around not bad. So I'm going to leave that for the moment. Now I'm going to add in the password input. So let's jump back over to DaisyUI and find the password field. So here we are. Let's copy this. Jump back over to our code. I'm going to put it in a div as well. Save that. This is looking for that capital and inside of the squigglies with a number. And that's a pretty robust regex right there. And let's see here, lowercase, uppercase letters. I already know that this validator hint with these various breaks is going to be way too big. I want this to be one line. So how can I reduce this? Let's say must be 8 characters. We'll shorten that to chars. Must be 8 characters, one number, and uppercase and lowercase. That's still probably going to be a little too long. Must be 8 characters, including including number, uppercase, lowercase. With here just doing wordsmithing, trying to make this shorter. I could probably ask ChatGPT to make it shorter for me, but that's fine. Okay, now I want to add in that same margin top. On my div here. And then this is a key icon. Let's see what Lucid has to replace that. They have a key. Yes, key round. That's what I want. Delete this SVG. Key round. There we are. Save. And now what are we looking like? All right, I'm seeing there is a lot more space under there. Interesting. Okay. And what's this? A form field element should have an ID or name attribute. Okay, so I'm missing that. And this one, so I'm trying to see why this input is holding this space where this one, the space goes away. Why is that? Oh, okay, validator hint hidden. Okay, I kind of like that. That saves us a little bit of space and makes it look a little bit cleaner in my opinion. So now let's see what that looks like. Okay, and now I think we could have a little bit more space in between them. Let's add IDs into these inputs so that the browser's not yelling at me. And this will be our full name. ID equals email. And our ID equals password. And now I want to look at this space again. So as you can see, working with CSS is a very time-consuming process when you want to do it from scratch. Let's switch this to a margin top of 3. And that is my password, so let's add that margin top of 3 right here as well. And there we go. That's giving a little bit more room to breathe. I like it. I like it. Now we want a confirm password field. So we can basically just duplicate this block of code right here and rename it from password to confirm password. And we can use Command D to grab all of those, confirm password, update them all at the same time. Oh, this one actually should just be password. That is the type. Placeholder should be confirm password. And everything else is looking good. All right. Now, I think I'd like a little bit more padding around the edge here to make it look a little bit better. So that is, where's my padding? Okay, on the card body. So maybe here on the card body, I can add a little bit of additional padding on there. Padding 4, what does that look like? I think that shrunk it. It overwrote the existing padding. Let's go padding like 8. Okay, I like that. I like that a little bit more. Now I'm going to add in the submit button down here at the bottom of the card. So let's jump back over to Daisy and, whoops, wrong keyboard shortcut. Look at the card. And the card had this card actions on it that I wanted to take a look at really quick. So card actions, justify in button primary. Let's go ahead and just grab that. Jump back over to our code. Down here at the bottom, within the form component, let's add that. Class name button. This will be, also we need to say type equals submit, so that when this button is clicked, it will trigger the form submission. That's what we want, and not buy now, but sign up, and I don't want this to be justify end. I want it to stretch across the entire bottom of the card. So let's see what we have going on here. Okay, so now it's sitting on the left-hand side. Let's see if we can get this thing to stretch the whole width and give it a little bit of margin top as well. So margin top 4, and then the button, give it a width full and see what that looks like. All right, nice. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I like that. And I forgot to double check the validation here on the password. Okay, so that stretched it out a little bit, making it a bit wider. You know, I'm going to simplify this validation a bit. We're just going to check that it's 8 characters long. So let's not use this pattern, because that's what our backend does anyway. It's just checking for 8 characters. And for now, that's good enough. Characters long. All right, must be 8 characters. And get rid of the pattern. Okay, there we go. And of course, on your own, you could make this password validation as robust or lenient as you would like, whatever works for your app. For now, for this demo, I just want something simple. Okay, so it must be 8 characters long. That's looking pretty good. If I type in password 123, then it goes green. There we go. And it's green. Perfect. So the design is looking pretty good, but it seems a little skinny to me. I'd like to stretch it out just a little bit. I think that'd make it look better. So if we come back over here to our title and we just add a little bit of padding on here, let's say padding X of 4, click save and see what that looks like. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. It just fills up the screen a little bit more. So I'm pretty happy with this design, and our validation is working. So let's take a look at our checklist to make sure I'm keeping myself on track. So here I have the email password, login. I have name input, validation, confirm password. Don't have the Better-Auth client yet. And I forgot to add in another bullet point here to really handle submit logic, let's say. So let's get our Better-Auth client added, and then we can handle the actual submission click. So jumping back over to the code, what we want to do on the front end here is Better-Auth requires us to put our front-end auth client inside of a lib folder on the front end as well. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it lib, and then I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this auth-client.ts. And then inside of here, we can go double check the documentation. So create the client instance right here. So here I already put the lib auth client ts. This is the React example, and basically let's just copy that, paste it, and the base URL if you're using the same domain. So we're proxying over to port 3000 on the back end. So we don't actually need that. And otherwise, it looks like it's all happy and good to go there. So we now, really the Better-Auth heavy lifting was on the back end. So on the front end, it's just bringing in this auth client. So that's really nice. So now that we have the auth client here, we can put that to use. So let's go ahead and import it. There we go. And let's take a moment to think about what exactly we need to do here. When the submit button is clicked, then we want to try and sign up the user. So let's create a function called handle submit. And then let's put this on our form. On submit, we will handle submit. Good. And then what we want to do is basically say auth client, and this has a bunch of options on it. We can say sign up by email, and then we need to provide it some data. So it's expecting the name, password, email, and where are we getting those exactly? So our inputs are down here, and they're holding that data, but we don't have a good way to access that data up here. And so what we want to do is create some hooks, some state hooks, use state for email, name, and password so that we can manage those inputs. So we can say name, set name, import use state from React, and we'll default that to an empty string. And then we'll also want to do one for confirm password. Password. Make sure I spell it correctly. There we go. So now we have all of these up here, and we can pass that value. So name, email, and password. And the thing is, these values are not being set yet. So we actually need to jump down here to our form, and on this input of full name, we'll say that the value equals name, and on change, as the user is typing in, we're going to update the value. So this comes with an event, and we can say set name to e.target.value, and I'll copy those, come down here to email, update this to email, and then set email. And then down here to password. Set password, there we go. And the last one, we are going to add here, confirm password, and set confirm password. There we go. So now as the user types in to these various inputs, we save that data up top in our state hooks. So we can access these values whenever we want. So now we want to check that the passwords are the same. So another thing here is that whenever there's a form, HTML by default will try and submit that form. So what we can do is actually prevent that from happening. So let's do an event.prevent default. This will prevent HTML from trying to submit that form for us because we're handling the submission logic right now ourselves. So then we also want to say if the passwords do not match up, then we don't want to submit this because we know that the user has one of their passwords is incorrect. It's not what they're expecting. So if password does not equal confirm password, then we want to return, and we should notify them. So we need some kind of error state here. So let's add that in. And we can default that to an empty string. That's fine. And then set error to, we can just say passwords do not match. And we'll worry about displaying that error later. But for now, we'll move past that and we'll say, okay, so we know we've got the passwords match, so we can send a post request basically to our server to try and sign up the user. So the thing is, this sign up request here, it's a post request to our server. So anything could happen. The server might be down and an error could happen. So we need to always wrap these types of requests in a try catch. So let's do that. Try catch and move this up here. And then say if there is an error, well, we did have the set error state that we've already added. So let's use that again. And we could say if we don't get a good response back from our server, it's kind of hard to say what went wrong. So we'll just say an unexpected error occurred. And we can, since we're not actually using that, we can actually log this to the console for debugging. Sign up failed. Error. Okay. Now let's add that error message into our JSX down here and then give it a try and see if we can sign up. So underneath the sign up get started, we can do a similar error message that we did over here in the to-dos. So this is what we had using the DaisyUI alert. So let's just copy that, come back over here, put this in, and if there is an error, then we will just show that error. And now that we have that in, let's give it a go. All right. So let's say I'm Nick, hi.com, and just password 123, password 123, and sign up. Okay, no, I don't want to save that. Okay, so did anything happen? Let's take a look. All right, I see a post request to API auth sign up email. Let's check our database. Do we have a new user? No. I killed my Drizzle Studio. So let's jump back over to the terminal really quick and run database studio. There we go. Open that up. And would you look at that? We have a new user. We now have 2 users. So there's Nick, hi@hi.com. So we got in there. So that's fantastic. But the thing is, there was no feedback, nothing happened that we were successfully logged in. So that's where I want to automatically route the user over to the to-dos page so that they know they were logged in. And the other thing I want to check here is being logged in, we should now have a cookie, a Better-Auth authentication cookie. And there it is. So we can see our Better-Auth session is stored inside of this cookie and will be sent with follow-up requests. So that is all looking good. Let's add in the logic to route the user to the to-dos page after they're successfully signed up. So here in the imports, we can import the use router function, which will allow us to push the user to different routes or different pages when we need to. So then we can bring that down here and say const router equals use router. And now that we have that router instantiated, we can come down here and say, so if this was successful, then we'll do router.navigate to /todos, and we get some autocomplete there too. So click save on there. Now let's try that out. So if I come back over, Google is warning me password 123 is not a good password. I know, I'm just testing. So let's create a new account, Bob at bob.com, and let's say let's test out that our confirm password logic is working as well. So if I say like 123, okay, well it's not happy about that. So password, oh boy, and password 456, and I click sign up. We get our error message. Passwords do not match. All right. So then update this. Sign up. And I did not get navigated. So what happened? Is that what it was? Sign up. Let's check our terminal. Let's check our database. Did I get added in here, Bob? No, Bob did not get added. So I wonder if my passwords are still incorrect, actually. And this just reminds me that when sending a new submit through, I should clear any previous errors. Set error to an empty string. And let's try that. There we go. Okay. We got logged in. Let's check that. We have Bob is in there. Perfect. And then I still have my Better-Auth session, and I got routed to the to-dos page. So things are really coming together with our sign up page, and I just want to double check my to-do list here to make sure that I'm getting everything checked off. So Better-Auth client sign up, we now have that, and that's working. Handle submit logic, we're now doing that, and that is working. Redirect to to-dos on sign up, so that's working. And we have an error state, and that's doing its job as well. So let's take care of this one now. Redirect to to-dos if they're already signed in. So if we jump back over to the code, we can actually get the session off of the auth client. So here in the router component, I can say auth client dot use session, and we can set this to a variable. So we can pull off actually from here data, and then I'm going to just rename data to session for a little bit more transparency there. And then before everything, we'll say if there is a session, then router.navigate, and same thing to /todos. There we go. So now let's try that out. I am signed in. I have my Better-Auth session right there in the cookies. So if I come up here to sign up, I get redirected back over here. So that's looking good. Let's take another look at our checklist here. So we just added in the redirect if the user is already signed in, but we don't have any kind of loading state. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we can do there. So up here with our set state, we've got our error state and everything else. Let's add a loading state. And this can be a Boolean, so it's either loading true or false. Now, when we hit submit, that's when we want to set loading as true. And then it's going to go through all of this. And actually, if this returns, then we don't really care about loading or error. So let's grab both of these and move them down below the password check. And then we're going to do our try catch. And then this also has a finally on it. So finally, we want to set loading as false. All right, so at the end of that submission process, set loading to false. And then what we want to do is disable our inputs and our button on loading. So if it's loading, we don't really want people going in and changing the inputs. So we can say disabled equals loading. If loading is true, then it's disabled. On to the next. Here, let me just copy that and disable that. Same there. Here on our confirm password. And then on our button, we also want to disable the button on loading. And what also would be really nice is if inside of the button, instead of sign up, we can change this while it's loading to actually show a loading spinner. So let's give that a go. Let's say if we have loading of true, then we'll add a spinner state. Otherwise, we'll return sign up. So that's the default. Then here, let's open that, and DaisyUI has a loading spinner we can take advantage of. So let's create a fragment there and say span. So we can have a span, we'll put two things side by side. So we'll put the loading spinner and then a text of creating account. So here we can say loading spinner. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. And we can say small size since we're inside of the button here. And let's make it green. Text primary, there we go, that's what I was looking for. And then our other span, we'll say creating account ... And this we need some classes on too, so we need to add like a little bit of space in between the icon and the text there. And let's see what this looks like. I guess I'm not currently in a loading state. So in order to get back over, if I try to go to sign up, I get redirected because I'm signed in. So I can actually delete that cookie, and that's where it's reading from. So then now I can go back to sign up, and it'll let me be on here. And I want to see what that loading state looks like. So for the moment, let's sub out loading with true. And okay, we can see the green spinner there. Oh. And disabled of true. What is that going to look like? So when it's disabled, it grays out. So we want to get that primary text color on there. Text primary. All right. Jump back over. Okay, cool. That looks good for a loading state. Now I can switch this back over to loading and loading. Perfect. So that wraps it up for our loading state. Let's go check on our checklist again. So the last thing I want to do for the sign up page is to add this link for someone who already has an account to be able to sign in instead. So let's take a look at that. We can add that link just down here at the bottom. That's normally where they go. So let's jump over to our code. Now, if we're going to link over to a sign in page, well, we don't have a sign in page yet. So let's quick add a placeholder. And there we go. So all that was auto-generated by TanStack Router. So that looks good. And then let's scroll all the way down to the bottom below our button. All right, so underneath this div, then let's add a new div for our link. All right, and we can say inside of our div, we're going to have some text. So text can go in a paragraph tag, and we'll say already have an account, question mark. Then you can link to sign in. So let's add our link from TanStack Router to and sign in. There we go. Link and call it sign in. And save that. And let's see what that is looking like in our browser. Okay, so you can't really tell that that's a link. It needs some padding around it or some margin top, and there's no space. So let's clean those things up really quick. So we're going to say class name, give it the margin top of like, let's say 6 and see what that looks like. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now I want this text to be centered as well. So let's add that text center. See if that did it. Yep, looks like that did it. And now let's say we want this to actually look like a link. So class name, DaisyUI has a link, link primary, we can say. So that should do it. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Okay, nice. Now that looks and functions like a link, so that's looking good. We need a little bit of space in between there. So in order to add like one little space, we can do that. Just a JSX with an empty, or a string with one space in there. So let's check that out. Okay, so now that's looking really good. And this is kind of a secondary thing. So up here, it's like the primary text is the nice bold, and this is a little muted. So I want to mute this too. Let's come back over and say on the paragraph, we have a class name of text base content at about 70%. And there we go, just a little bit muted. Nice. So our sign up page is looking really clean, really good. I like it. Let's come over here and check off that last box. So now that the sign up page is done, I want to work on the sign in page, which is going to look very similar. So I merged in that other pull request, and I'm going to create a new one. So I'm going to create a new branch, and we'll call it the sign in page. And my router tree gen made some kind of change, but not quite sure what it is, to be honest. We're going to push this up. All right, and then go check out GitHub. Okay, so that makes sense why I saw the error. The router tree didn't actually change anything, and it's saying that there are no changes. So let's make a small change so we can make a PR. Hello, sign in. All right, hit refresh here, and there we go. Let's create the pull request as a draft, and looking good. And now I can organize my thoughts here for the sign in page. So it's going to look very similar. So we'll have email and password inputs with DaisyUI validation and styling. And we'll have a redirect to /todos if already logged in. Redirect to /todos after sign in. Error message using DaisyUI alert. Loading state. And link to sign up for people who don't have an account. So this looks like a really good roadmap. And now I want to try something a little bit different. I want to try using AI to make this page for me. And I haven't really been using AI in my other videos, but what I found is that once you create the basic boilerplate and you create some design patterns in your app, then AI can do a really good job of following your existing design patterns. I've had bad luck trying to get AI to generate the boilerplate for me. It will go off and create boilerplate that doesn't actually follow the documentation, and that surprises me. I thought AI would do a better job of following documentation, but that's what I want. I want my code to follow the docs. So let's give this a go. Now that I have the design patterns established, I'm just going to copy this to-do list and plug it into GitHub Copilot and see if it can make this page for me. So this will also be a fun experiment doing a live demo where it can go rogue. So let's see here. We've got GPT-5 in preview mode, and I will tell it to create the sign-in page following the existing patterns in the sign up page, and I'll add the context of the sign up TSX. So now it's got the context of both of these. Here is the list of requirements. All right. And let's see what this thing can do. So it's asking to run this command for type checking, and I'll go ahead and allow it. It wants to install TypeScript compile. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, so it was trying to do type checking, and I just cut it off. It doesn't need to do that because TypeScript will tell us if there are any issues. So let's keep everything that it created and take a good look at this code. Let's start up at the top. So I'm expecting this to look a lot like my sign up page. So we have our router, our session, email, password, error, and loading. That all looks good. And if there is a session, we go ahead and just navigate them to to-dos. That's what I want, so that looks good. And this handle submit looks very similar. So prevent default, set the error, set loading, good. And then we have the sign in email where we pass email and password. And router.navigate to-dos after successful sign in, looking good. Set the error and set loading to false. And it's using the card body, card title, welcome back, sign in. The same error looks good. And this is looking good as well with the same validators, same icons, etc. And action. Don't have an account, then sign up. Okay. Wow, that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and make sure our server is up and running, and it is. So let's take a look at what it created. All right, so here it is, the sign-in page. Welcome back, sign in to continue. We've got the mail, so here's no@no.com and my password, password 123. Let's check the validation here. So if I just have like 2 letters, okay, we get the must be 8 characters long. And if this one, I go and delete that, and that says it's not valid. Good, good. And okay, so that slash is in there, and that doesn't need to be in there. So let's remove that slash and sign up or sign in. Sign up, sign in. Cool. I'm thinking this one is wider. I had added a little bit of padding here, a little padding X4. So let me check. This also has the padding X4, but it's smaller text, so that's why. But it still looks pretty good, I think. Let me just try out adding like a padding X of 6. Do I like that better? A little uneven there. I think that's fine. That looks good. So now, moment of truth. Will this thing actually sign me in? All right. It looks like everything was successful. And if I go to my application, I've got a Better-Auth token there. So the sign in was successful. That's fantastic. The other thing I noticed here is there is an await on this. And I think I had forgotten to put an await over here. And this was working correctly. So is this actually an asynchronous function? Well, it is a post request. So yeah, returning a promise. So I think that was actually me who forgot to make this async. Sorry about that. And Copilot caught that. So I'm going to go ahead and update that to async, and we should be good to go. So now I'm going to go ahead and push these changes up. And it does redirect successfully. Redirects when you click after sign in. Or hold up, I have to check that one. Redirect if you're already logged in. So now if I go to sign in and I get redirected, all right. Looks good. Email password inputs with the DaisyUI validation and styling. Yep. Error message using DaisyUI alert. Let's check that error message. I didn't check that. So let's delete that. So I'm signed out. Come back over to sign in. And I know I saw in the code the error handling looks exactly like what I had. So let's put just a placeholder and validate that that looks good. Yep. Okay, so that's what I'm expecting. This is, all right, so when that stretches it out, so is this not centered? Is that my problem? Card title is not centered. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I want to make sure this looks good. So card title, text, if I throw a text center, will that put it in the right spot? No. So text center doesn't work. If we try maybe inside of a flex, before I do that, I'm going to come over to the documentation. Doesn't have anything about centering in here. I guess not. Yeah, sitting on the right hand side there. Okay. What if I do a flex and then justify center? Will that put it in the right place for me? Yes, now we are centered. Looks good. Cool. And now I can get rid of this error placeholder because I confirmed that is working as expected. So error message and loading state, link to the sign up. That worked. I was clicking back and forth. Loading state. So what does that look like? If I come here and I set loading to true, and now it's disabled, disabled, and disabled, signing up. Love it. That looks great. Save that. And okay, so I made that one change to center the text. Centered card title. And take care of that loading state. So there you have a very good example. I got kind of lucky. It generated the whole sign-in page and it completed my checklist. So, you know, AI is definitely changing the game. And like I was saying before, my preferred way to use AI is to kind of set up the basic patterns and then let it follow the patterns I've established. And that's where I've had the most luck with it. So I'll mark this ready for review and merge this pull request in and delete the branch. Then I can come back down here and check out main. And it should allow me to git pull the most recent changes. There we go. Now I've got all of that in my main branch ready to go. So now that we have our sign in and our sign up functionality working, I want to add a sign out feature so you can log out of your account. And I realized that our navbar could use some love. This is pretty much what we got out of the box. And I'm thinking we want to update the color of this to match with our theme. And we don't need this anymore, so we can get rid of that. And then over here on the right hand side, I'd like to add the log out. And if you're not signed in, then add a sign in. So either sign in or sign out based on your status. And so if we look at Lucid React, like login, they have this login icon, and a log out, they have a log out icon. So that's what I'm thinking. We'll use these icons in the upper right hand corner. And then I think to-dos needs to be protected. So if you're not authenticated, you shouldn't be able to access this route. So I want to put like a little shield icon right next to that with an alert and a tooltip to tell you. So let's see if there's a shield. Yep, shield warning. Yeah, shield alert. There you go. So that's the icon I'd be looking for. And then if you are logged in, you don't see that icon. So there's a handful of things I want to do with this navbar. So let's go ahead and create a new pull request, a new branch for this, and create new branch. Improve the navbar. And if we go to components header, the header is where our navbar is working, or living. And this is what it's looking like right now. And I said I want to get rid of this TanStack query code. So get rid of that demo TanStack. I'm going to get rid of that too. And make sure everything is still working. Yep, okay, and so that's gone now. Perfect. And then I can push these changes really quick to create a checklist. So removed demo TanStack code. Push that up and go over to GitHub and pull requests, compare and pull. And I'll call this improve navbar. Create that draft. And then edit this with my thoughts. So I want the Lucid login icon on right side. And flip login, logout icon based on users Better-Auth session. And then let's say I want an error message too. So if it fails to log in or log out, I want a toast that can pop up. And that seems like a good start. Let's look back here again. Another thing I want to point out, these are both bold, which is really annoying. It should only be bold for the active route. So we're on the home route right now. I just want to see that one. So let's fix that really quick. So it's saying font bold, get rid of that, get rid of that. And these links, they actually have an active props on here. So in here we can say class name and then font bold. And so these active props will only be applied if the route is active. So that is perfect. Very handy thing to have on there. They were thinking when they added this. So let's see if that now works. There we go. Yeah, home, to-dos, bold, bold. And now let's change that background color really quick as well, because that's bugging the crap out of me. Background white. No, thank you. Background base 300. And okay, so color's good. This text though, that's not what we want. Let's get rid of that text black. And DaisyUI should give us some default text color. Yeah, there it goes. So it's matching up with what we have here. And you know what would be kind of cool if we actually made this like the primary green color when it's active. So like let's say font bold and then text primary. And we got to add that down here to text primary. There we go. That's pretty slick. That looks good. All right, so now that I cleaned up some of that basic CSS on the navbar, let's go ahead and focus on getting the logout, login functionality into the navbar. So if I'm taking a look here, I want to add that login, logout right over here. And over here in Daisy, they have a navbar component. So we can take advantage of this. It gives us this navbar start, center, and end to like position things, which is really handy. So you can see some of their examples here. So let's use that and jump back over to the code and say, instead of this flex row, let DaisyUI handle that for us. So let's change this to navbar, and then inside of here, I'm going to have a div with class name of navbar start. And then these two are going to live inside of the start, navbar start here. And then we'll make another div with navbar end. Div class name navbar end. And then inside of here, let's add the login icon from Lucid and just see what that looks like. Okay, cool. So we've got it positioned correctly. It just it got really tall all of a sudden. So let's take a quick peek at this, and it must be that my icon it's just big. So let's go ahead and try shrinking the icon here. So here we can add a class name. We can specify the size of 5, and let's see what that looks like. Didn't have much effect. So where am I getting all this extra padding from? Oh, for my header up here, I've got padding. Okay, let's go ahead and remove some of that. And I think now that I've got the navbar handling everything, I don't think I actually need that flex there anymore. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's looking a little bit better after removing that padding. So now that I have the structure of the navbar kind of looking how I want it to, I want to see if I can get AI to help me finish the navbar. So I want to provide it the right context here so it knows everything that it needs to know. So if I come back over here to the header, I know that it's going to need the auth client for the login, or sorry, the login will just route to the login page, but logout will need to call the auth client.logout. So if I bring in the import for the auth client, that'll provide the context that it needs, that it's going to need to use this to log out. And then Lucid React, we've got login, but I also want that log out icon so it knows to look for that and use that. And then we're also going to want it to manage an error state. So it's going to need to use React use state. So let's import that. Use state from React. So now we've got most of the important imports here that I think it's going to need, and it's got kind of the structure of the navbar that I want. And so I'm going to commit these changes before prompting a bot. Always commit your changes, and then if it creates a bunch of junk code, you can just scrap all of those changes by clicking this discard changes button. So that's how I always do it. Start with a clean slate. And I said added imports for context. And then I can jump back over here and say I want to clean this up a bit so I can copy paste it into Copilot. So on the right hand side, we've already got that. So flip login logout icon based on user's Better-Auth session. Clicking logout icon should log out the user using the Better-Auth client sign out function. Clicking the login icon should navigate to the sign in page, and then show an error toast on failed login, log out. And I think that's pretty good. That's all that I can think of for how I want things to be handled. So let's update that comment. I've got it copied. Jump on over here. We've got a clean slate. Let's see what Copilot can do. I'll create a fresh chat and say update the header component to meet these requirements. Oh, and I should say, I want that toast to go away after like 3 seconds. And let's see what this thing can do. Okay, so it looks like it is all done now. And let's see what it gave us. So that's a little annoying. It went into sign up and added the toast in here. I don't want that. This thing, it went off the rails a little bit. So it built a whole toaster component. And plugged it in here to the root. This is overkill. This is not what I wanted. DaisyUI has a toast component, so we don't need all of this nonsense. And that just goes to show you got to be careful with AI. It can't just, it's not a magic bullet. But what about the other stuff? Did it get anything else right? Auth client use session. Okay, so that's good. Handle login, router.navigate. Yep, that's what I was planning. Handle login, auth client.sign out. Okay, so that looks good. And then is pending, null, or session. Show the log out button. Otherwise, show the log in button. Okay, let's keep this and just get rid of the toast there and this toast. Save that and see. Okay, so what changes do we have now is login, log out, and flipping the icons. Cool. So if we jump back over here to our app, just refresh. Okay. It's showing me login, which brings me to the welcome back. Cool. That looks good. Now, I would like this kind of on hover to actually change to green. That seems like a better feedback system. So log in, class name, hover, we'll say text primary. Okay, I hover over it, it turns green, love it. Home, there we go. And then if I am signed in, now I get the log out icon, and I want to show this as orange. There's a DaisyUI has a warning color. So let's say hover text warning. There we go. Looking good. And as I can see there, now that I am logged in and authenticated and I have a session here, it's showing me this log out button. So now if I click the log out button, will it actually sign me out? Yes, it did. It deleted the cookie there and it goes to the login instead. So all around this, it kind of went overboard with the toast. So I'm going to fix that here in just a second. So now I'm going to add that error toast in, and so that we have a good error state in case the logout functionality fails for some reason. So here in DaisyUI, if we scroll down, they've got toast top center, different locations, and this is pretty much exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and take this toast top center. Oops, scroll past it. I'm just going to copy this chunk of code, and I'm going to jump back over here, and we're going to need an error state. So let's set that. That can be an empty string, and then on log out, this is just a router, or sorry, login, that'll route over, and on logout, this is where we actually send the post request. So this is where we want to catch, and if there is an error, then we can set that error to E, and it doesn't like that because error is unknown here, so it could be some kind of object. So let's just say failed to log out. And at the top here, when this is clicked again, we can set error to null, or empty string, my bad. That way we reset it if it's clicked again. And then let's scroll down here to the bottom, and I'll say outside of this navbar, add if error is true, put this chunk of code in here, toast top center. This is two toasts, so let's get rid of that alert info. We're going to say alert error. I should get some kind of autocomplete. There it is, alert error. And we can just put the error message in. And then if I want this thing to go away after 3 seconds, what we can do is we can set a timeout. So what that'll look like is we need to import useEffect from React. So this is how we can use some kind of side effect. So here we'll say useEffect, and we can set a timer when error gets updated. So we put the error prop down here in the dependency array, and if there is some kind of error, if error, then we will set a timeout. Timeout equals set timeout. And then on this timeout, we'll make it last for 3 seconds. And we can set the error then to an empty string. And then after this, we have a cleanup function. Clear timeout. There we go. So when the error is updated, we then set a timeout of 3 seconds, and on 3 seconds, we set that error to an empty string, which would effectively get rid of it. So let's give this a try. If I come up here to error and say like failed to log out, we're going to simulate this error, and I come back over to my browser. We see that failed to log out popped up for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and it goes away. Cool, so that's working as expected. So now I'm going to go ahead and merge this pull request that I have because we have completed all of these items. We now have a really good working navbar, and we've got our sign up and our sign in functionality all working. So this is a good time to wrap up this chapter. If we just take a look at everything that we've done so far, we have just a placeholder home page, we have our to-dos page, and then clicking here I can sign up. sign in, and then I can flip over to the sign up if I already have an account. We've got validation on all of these fields. So this is pretty robust. It's working really well. And the next step for us is to take a look at these to-dos and protect these. So you should only be able to see to-dos if you're logged in, and you should only be able to see your own to-dos. So that's what we're going to take care of in the next chapter. So here in chapter 6, we're going to focus on protecting our to-dos. So what does that mean exactly? Well, right now I'm not logged in. You can see that because I don't have a Better-Auth session cookie, and yet I can freely navigate to this to-do list. And this to-do list applies to all users. So if I were to sign in as any different user, we all see the same to-do list, which doesn't really work out well, right? Each user should only see their own to-dos, and their to-dos should be protected. So trying to access this route, you shouldn't be able to unless you are signed in. So what we're going to do is make some changes to our backend first. So let's jump over to our code, and I'm going to pop open the server, and then let's take a look at our schema. So first thing is, our to-dos are not tied to any users. So we need to make a change on the database level. So here under ID, I'm going to add a new column called user ID. It's going to be text, and it is going to reference the user ID on the user table. So if I put, this should not be null, this is a required field, and references user.id. And then we can also say that if the user gets deleted, we can delete all of their to-dos as well. So on delete, we can set this policy to cascade. And all right, getting an error because I'm missing a comma there at the end. And now that looks good. So this will tie our to-dos table to our user table based on that ID with a foreign key. So now we need to actually update our database, and so we can come over here, and I am going to close out of that server, and I need to generate a new migration. There we go. And let's take a look at this new migration. Alter table to-dos, text not null, and a foreign key to user ID on the user table. Cool, so that looks good. And now we can go ahead and run that. Run database migrate. And we got an error. It is saying here, error column user ID contains null values. So the reason why it has null values is because we already had some data sitting in our database. So if I come over here to to-dos, right, these values, these existing rows are null. So what we can do is we can just wipe out our database right now. This is all fake data, dev data, so we can delete all of that and refresh, and now we've got a nice clean database, and we can run these migrations again, and it should go through. Cool, so that ran, and now let's check our database again, and we should see here in the to-dos table a reference. I am not seeing the reference to the user ID. So let's go back. Migrations applied successfully. Let me close this connection and try pulling that back up again. Maybe there's some kind of lag or glitch going on with that. And if I refresh this whole thing, what do I get? There we go. There's my user ID and reference to user column. Cool. So just a little out of sync there. Now that we have that, I'm going to create a new pull request. First, create a new branch, and we're going to call this backend to do updates. And we'll say updated to do schema. And now that that is pushed up, I can come back over here and I can create a new pull request. And I'm going to do all the backend related code in this PR. So let's think through what exactly do we all need to do here. So for starters, we have a seed script that needs to be updated since we updated the schema. We need to update our get-to-dos query. So that it gets to-dos by user ID. Then we need to pass the user ID to the query in the route. So we'll need to refactor the to-dos route. And we need to add authentication middleware. So actually we need to do that first. So we need some middleware to run before our to-do routes run. And that way we can pull off the session and find out if somebody is logged in successfully. And if they are, we'll allow them to fetch to-dos. If they're not, then we'll return a 401 unauthorized. And that should do it for the backend changes that we need. So now I'm going to update the seed script. I'm going to tackle this first to do. If we jump over here and we come over to our scripts and we have our seed local database, we're not doing anything with our users. So we want to definitely populate some users. So if I go user, add that in there, and then columns, I'm not going to change anything there. We'll just say count of 10. And then we want to specify with to-dos, 10 to-dos. So there we're going to create 10 users with 10 to-dos each. So we should, after running this script, have 10 users, 100 to-dos. And they all will have their own specific to-dos. So let's go ahead and run this and make sure that it's working. Run database seed. And we got the seeded successful. So let's go check that out in Drizzle Studio. Okay, and if I hit refresh here and refresh there we go. So we can see the 10 users and 100 to-dos. And that is all looking good. So now we just wrapped up updating the seed script. I want to update our get-to-dos query so that it works with user ID. So let's jump back over to our code and come over to our queries file. And here's our existing query. It fetches all of the to-dos in the database. So let's update the name of this to be get-to-dos by user ID to make it very explicit what it should be doing. And then it should receive a user ID. And that'll be a string. And so now we need to put that user ID to work. So if we go ahead and say we want to select from to-dos, and then we can add a where, and I'll say dot where, and we can say where the user ID that's provided is equal to the user ID on the to-dos table. So there is an equal function right there. Import that from Drizzle ORM, where equal, and then the first one would be to-dos dot user ID, and then the user ID that was provided to the function, this one. And then if I click save and we hover over, now we can see TypeScript is still happy and we're getting our array of to-dos, and they'll be filtered by the user ID. So now we were using this function in our router, so here it's now upset that we changed this. So I actually want to do a quick refactor here. I'm going to add a new folder and call it routes, and then add a new file and call this to-do routes ts. And then in here, we're going to create a new Hono instance and add it back into our main index. And this will help keep our code cleaner. From Hono, then we can import get to-dos by user ID and import from our types. We don't have any types, so we're going to export our const to-dos equals a new Hono instance, and then come back over here, and we want to take this whole thing and cut it and move it here and put that to-dos.get, and then update this to get to-dos by user ID. And now this thing is expecting a user ID, but we don't have one yet. So we're going to have to tackle that in just a second. If we come back over here, we can say .route. Now we want to add this on our, bring in these to-do routes back over here to our main index. And we don't need that anymore. .route slash to-dos. Then we can import to-dos from to-do routes. There we go. And since we're putting slash to-dos here, we don't need slash to-dos here as well, because that would just append and end up being slash to-dos. It would be duplicated. So we don't want that. So now that we've got this, how do we get our user ID? Well, we're going to need to add in our auth middleware. So to add in our middleware, I'm going to add a new folder called middlewares, and that's just an organizational thing, and add in a file called auth middleware ts. Now, this logic is going to check if there is a session, a cookie sent with the request, and if it's a valid cookie, then that person is authorized and we'll have a user, and we can use their user ID to fetch data for their to-dos. So what that's going to look like is we're going to make a custom middleware with Hono. So there's a create middleware, and actually I wanted that to come from Hono factory. Create middleware, and then we want to import our auth from our server, our auth instance, and then we can do export const auth middleware, and then we can do create middleware, use that function async. This will take the context and provide a next. So we can basically say after this middleware, go on to the next middleware, because oftentimes you'll have multiple. So First, we want to get the session, and our auth instance here, this is our Better-Auth instance, provides us a function to do just that. And so if we say auth.api.getSession, this function, we just need to pass it the headers, which is where the cookie would be stored. Headers. And that's on the context rec raw headers. And then if we set this to a session variable, now this is saying, TypeScript says we're getting back a promise, so we do want to await that. So now we get back a session. So it's either a session or null. If there is no session, that means the person who is sending a request to us is not signed in. So if there is no session, they're not signed in, we want to return unauthorized. Call that an error, unauthorized. And the unauthorized HTTP code is 401. So put that there. If they are authorized, then we can, on the context, we can set the user to session.user, and we can set the session context.set session to session.session, and then end up returning next. So what we're doing here with these context.sets is we are setting the user and session onto the context object that will then be accessible here. So this middleware, we want it to run before our to-dos route and put the session on the context so we can use it here and then get the user ID from that session and pass it to our query. So now to do that, we want to bring in that middleware and have it run before any of our to-do routes. So in order to do that, we need to do todos.use and have it use the middleware, the auth middleware. So import that. And then click save. And now if we come down here, we can say the user equals c.get user. And so it's looking like user is still showing up as unknown. So there's an extra step that we want to take here. So we're going to create a types file. And inside of here, we're going to set up a Hono environment. And we'll set a variables property here. And then we'll set a user and a session. And then we can use this environment inside of our routes here, and then Hono will know that this user is actually available and what that type looks like. So in order to say like what is the user type, well, we can infer that from Better-Auth. It provides us a way to do that. So if I say import auth from our auth session there, and then I say type of auth dot infer session dot user, and then we can do the same thing here. infer session.session. Now that we have this and we're exporting it, we can set that in a couple different places. We can set it here. And import that. So that way this middleware is now returning that Hono environment for us. And so it's looking like it's still not quite inferring this type. So if we come over here to our Hono instance and we put that Hono environment here, there we go. Now TypeScript is happy. So it can see the user, which is our Better-Auth user type. And now that we have that, we can provide the user, no, I don't want that. I want user.id. And we're providing that to fetch our to-dos. So basically, when a user is signed in, they will have a cookie that contains their user ID. And if they're not signed in, we will reject their request. So they have to be signed in to make it this far and get to this query. So we just set up this auth middleware, but how do we know that it's actually working? Well, here in our front end, we can give it a try. So if I come over to to-dos, well, first let me show you application, and here in the cookies, I don't have a cookie because I am not signed in. So now if I click to-dos, we can see it's loading, loading, loading. And if we come investigate what's going on here, well, there's our error message, failed to fetch to-dos. And if I look at the console, we can see that we're getting a 401, API to-dos 401, we are not authorized. So our authentication middleware is working as expected. The other thing I want to test out quick is that if I am signed in, I should be able to see my to-dos and no one else's to-dos. So if we look at the database, we have 100 fake to-dos in here. So if I come back over and I want to sign in, so I'm going to sign up a new account and we'll just say nickno@no.com. All right, and Google is yelling at me for having a bad password. We can see there are no to-dos being displayed. So if we check our to-do query, well, let's hit that refresh. Okay, so there's no error. Well, there's that, but that's a different error. It's looking like we just didn't get any data back. We got back an empty array, which makes sense because I just created this account and there are no to-dos tied to it. So if we come over to Drizzle Studio and let's say I find my user and where am I? There I am, Nick, and I copy this and let's just go plug in some to-dos into the database. So that we can say call mom. And then add 3 and plug in my new user ID. There we go, save that and come back over here. Hey, there's my to-do, call mom. Important to do, don't forget. So in summary, it's looking like everything is working. So we updated our query, so we're only fetching to-dos by user ID. We have our authentication middleware, so only people who are signed in are able to view to-dos. And then we refactored our to-do route out into its own separate file to keep things cleaner. So this PR is ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and merge it. And then the next step will be to look at the front end and make sure we improve our design a little bit and make sure everything else is looking good there too. So I'm taking my attention back to the front end here, and when we're logged in, everything is looking pretty good. I can access home, I can access to-dos, but if I log out, that's where I think we need a little bit more work. So I click the logout button, and let's go ahead and refresh. And we can see over here, right, unauthorized. And so it's going to try a couple of times, and it's going to give us this error failed to fetch to-dos. The thing is, I'm logged out, so I shouldn't even be on this page. If I'm logged out, we should redirect the user back to the home page, and or maybe even the sign-in page, one of those options. And then we should also disable this link and have a little icon and maybe a tooltip to say, hey, this is disabled, you can't access it unless you're signed in, because the current experience is awful. A user clicks on to-dos and they think they can just see their to-dos when they're not logged in, and that's not how it works. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm gonna pull up the code and take a look at the header. Now I want to make a small change and push up a branch, because that's how I like to work. So I'm going to create a new branch and say improve navbar to-dos logic. That's good enough. And down here I'm going to say let's make one small change, and here on my to-dos link. So the link has a disabled property. So I can say if there is no session, the same way we're looking at these, if there is no session, then this should be disabled. Take a look, and if I try and I cannot do anything on there. So I can click it, it's like plain text. So that's good, but the user doesn't know why this is disabled, why they can't click it. So we want to add some additional feedback there. So here, let me push this up. Disabled to-do link when not signed in. All right. Then navigate over to GitHub and create a pull request. Logged out front end experience. That kind of wraps up the summary of what it is. So we're disable to-dos link when logged out, and we just finished that. And then I also want to add like a shield alert icon with a tooltip showing need to log in, or some similar text to that. And the other thing that we'll want to do is, even though this is disabled, if someone is strategic enough, they could just URL hack right to to-dos, and then they end up here when they're actually logged out. So when someone comes here, we should also check their session and redirect them if they're not logged in. So let's add that. Add redirect on to-dos page when not logged in. All right. So that is looking like a really good start. Let's jump back over to our code. So here I've got my link, it's disabled, and now I want to add a shield icon next to this. So when there is no session, we want to display, and there is a handy tooltip component that DaisyUI provides us. So for us, all we need to do is add a div. There we go. With a class name of tooltip we'll say on the bottom, that's the location of it. And then we add a data tip. And we can just say must be signed in to access. And save there. And then inside of this div, let's add that shield icon from Lucid React. Shield alert. There we go. And let's see what this looks like. Okay, so the size is not great, but hey, there's our tooltip. Must be signed into access. So let's shrink that bad boy down a bit. His ego is way too big. All right, class name, size of 5. And I want to make it yellow too, or the warning color, text warning. Now let's see it. Did that shrink anything? Still pretty big. Maybe need to bring that down to size 4. All right, that's a lot better. I like that. Now we need to add a little bit of space, and they're not quite centered. So let's tinker with that for a minute. I think what we can do is wrap this in a span to try and get them side by side. Did that do anything for us? No, not really. All right, I'll remove that. And if that's not the case, then I think what we need to do is go with our top level div that's wrapping both of these, and maybe I can put them into a flex and see if that changes anything. What if I do flex and then items center? All right, I think that brought it down a bit there. And we just need a little bit of space between these two. So we can do a gap of 1. All right, hey, there we go. That looks pretty sharp. Must be signed into access. And all right, so now that we have that blocked, and it's like, okay, I want to sign in. But the last thing I mentioned is that if somebody was going to URL hack over to to-dos, they can still do that. And then it makes us active, and we've got this loading state. So we've got to prevent that from happening. So if we come over to our to-dos page, and it looks like we've got an error there. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But let's go ahead and bring in our session here. So we can say our auth client.use session. And what we've done before, we pull off the data, but rename it to session to be more clear. And then underneath here, I can say, or I don't even want to run this query if they're not logged in. Then I just want to say, if no session, then I want to redirect them and return null. So I need to bring in the router. So that is on TanStack, a use router. And then we can add that here. Const router equals use router. There we go. And router.navigate. And we'll just send them over to the sign-in page. I think that makes the most sense. All right. Now let's check where we're at. Okay, so I'm here on the sign-in. If I'm trying to URL hack this and I say /todos, I get redirected right back to sign in. Perfect. That is working exactly as how I want it to. So I'm back over here in todos TSX because I saw this error that's happening. So let's take a look at this. What is going on? Property todos does not exist on type. That's interesting. So if I look at the response of any, data of any, so is this thing still working? Let's go ahead and log in and find out. If I say no@node.com and I sign in, okay, so it's still working. So that's interesting, right? So we're still fetching our data correctly. So that means it's just TypeScript. TypeScript is unhappy and it doesn't know what the data looks like that's being returned, which totally defeats the purpose of RPC, right? We set up this RPC in order to help us have end-to-end type safety. So we need to take a look at what is going on here. And so if I fold that up and I come over to the server side, we had made some changes over here. We put todos in its own route. So now if I take a look here, what's going on? Well, I spent a lot of time like messing around with RPC and debugging with it, and so I'm just going to jump right to the point and show you what the problem is. So when using RPC, you want to try and make sure everything is chained. So there I removed that todos, and here I'm removing todos as well. So now these are all chained together on one todos app, and that helps out RPC a lot. And you can find an example of this in the documentation. It says when you're working with larger apps and you have separate routes, you want to chain everything together. So now if we jump back over to our front end todos page, we get that TypeScript error is gone. And if I hover over our response, we are now getting our array of todos again. So our RPC is working again. So this is where I'm going to wrap up the tutorial. So my goal here was to show you how to use Better-Auth in a full stack Hono and React application, and we have accomplished that. So we have a sign-in page, we have a sign-up page, we can create an account, sign back into our account, and we have a regular route page here, and then we have a protected route too. So we're guarding this behind authentication, and everything is working pretty well and looks pretty good too, thanks to DaisyUI. So hope you enjoyed it. If you have any comments, leave them down below. I read all of the comments, and happy coding and Godspeed.